The sculptor of flesh. The morning mist clung to the ground like a shroud, wrapping the town in an eerie silence. The park, once a place of laughter and play, was now a desolate expanse of overgrown grass and broken benches. A jogger, breathless and pale, stumbled upon the first sign of horror, a figure standing unnaturally still beneath the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. At first glance, it seemed like a statue, its pose elegant yet unsettling. But as the jogger drew closer, the truth became horrifyingly clear. It was no statue, it was a human body, its limbs grotesquely rearranged to mimic art. The air grew heavy with the stench of decay, and the jogger's scream echoed through the empty park, breaking the stillness. The police arrived quickly, their flashlights cutting through the fog like knives. Officers knelt beside the body, their faces masks of disbelief. The victim, a young woman, had been meticulously dismembered, her arms and legs severed and reattached to create a macabre pose. Her head was tilted back, her mouth frozen in a silent scream, and her eyes wide and glassy seemed to stare into the void. The scene was not just a murder, it was a statement, a work of art crafted by a mind unhinged. Blood pooled beneath the body, staining the grass a dark crimson, and the officers exchanged uneasy glances, knowing this was unlike anything they had ever seen. The news spread through the town like wildfire, whispered in hushed tones over coffee cups and breakfast tables. The once quiet streets buzzed with fear, and parents kept their children indoors. Rumors swirled. Some believed it was the work of a deranged artist, others whispered of a vengeful spirit haunting the town. But one thing was certain, the killer was no ordinary murderer. This was someone who saw beauty in horror, who transformed flesh into something both grotesque and mesmerizing. Shopkeepers locked their doors early, and the town square, usually bustling with life, stood eerily empty. Everyone felt it, the presence of something dark, something that had been lurking in the shadows and was now ready to strike again. In a small, dimly lit room on the outskirts of town, the artist watched the chaos unfold with a twisted smile. His hands, stained with dried blood, trembled with excitement as he sketched his next creation in a leather-bound journal. The walls of his studio were cluttered with art supplies, but also with photographs of potential subjects, snapshots of unsuspecting locals taken from a distance. Among them was the jogger who had discovered the first masterpiece, her face circled in red ink. She would be perfect for his next project. The artist's eyes gleamed with manic intensity as he whispered to himself, his voice low and guttural. Perfection. It must be perfect. He closed the journal and traced the outline of the jogger's photograph with a bloodied finger. The town's only journalist, Amelia Carter, arrived at the park just as the body was being taken away. She had covered her fair share of tragedies, but nothing could have prepared her for this. The air smelled faintly of iron, and the ground was stained dark where the body had lain. Amelia snapped photographs with shaking hands, her mind racing with questions. Who could do something like this? And why? She knew this was more than a crime. It was a story that would haunt her forever. As she surveyed the scene, a chill ran down her spine. The killer's work was meticulous, almost reverent, as if they saw themselves not as a murderer but as a creator. Amelia shuddered, the weight of the discovery pressing down on her like a leaden blanket. As she interviewed witnesses, Amelia pieced together the timeline. The jogger had found the body just after sunrise, but no one had seen or heard anything unusual the night before. The victim, identified as 24-year-old Emma Collins, had been reported missing 2 days earlier. Amelia's stomach churned as she realized the killer must have kept Emma alive for days, perhaps even longer, before transforming her into his twisted masterpiece. The thought sent a wave of nausea crashing over her. She glanced at the oak tree, its branches twisted and gnarled, and felt a sense of foreboding. This was only the beginning, and she knew the town would never be the same. The police worked quickly to cordon off the area, but the damage was already done. The town was gripped by a paralyzing fear, and people locked their doors long before sunset. Amelia returned to her small apartment, her mind racing with unanswered questions. She pored over the details of the case, her desk littered with notes and photographs. There was something about the killer's work that felt deliberate, almost artistic. Whoever they were not just killing for the sake of it, they were creating something, and Amelia feared this was only the beginning. She stared at the photograph of Emma's body. The grotesque pose burned into her memory, and wondered what kind of monster could do such a thing. That night, Amelia dreamed of the body in the park. In her dream, it moved, its limbs creaking and twisting into impossible shapes. The head turned slowly, the glassy eyes locking onto hers, and a voice whispered, "You're next." She woke in a cold sweat, her heart pounding in her chest. The dream felt too real, too vivid, and she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. She glanced at her window, half expecting to see a shadowy figure staring back at her, but there was only darkness. Silence of the night pressed in on her, and she pulled the blanket tighter around herself, her mind racing with thoughts she couldn't escape. The next morning, Amelia returned to the park, hoping to find something the police had missed. The crime scene was deserted, the ground still stained with blood. She wandered the area, her eyes scanning the grass for any clues. It was then that she noticed something odd, footprints leading away from the oak tree. They were faint, almost imperceptible, but they were there. Amelia followed the trail, her heart racing with anticipation and fear. The path led deeper into the park, where the trees grew denser and the air grew colder. She felt a strange pull, as if the killer were guiding her, leading her to something she wasn't sure she wanted to find. The footprints led her to a small, overgrown path at the edge of the park. The trees here were dense, their branches intertwining like skeletal fingers. The air grew colder as she walked, and the sound of her footsteps echoed unnaturally. At the end of the path, she found a single red thread caught on a thorny bush. It matched the color of the victim's dress. Amelia's breath caught in her throat. The killer had been here, watching, waiting. She was closer to the truth than she realized. She stared at the thread, her hands trembling, and felt a wave of dread wash over her. The artist was out there, and he knew she was looking for him. As she turned to leave, Amelia heard a rustling in the bushes behind her. She froze, her heart pounding in her chest. The sound grew louder, closer, and she could feel the weight of unseen eyes on her back. She forced herself to turn around, expecting to see the killer standing there, but there was nothing. Just the wind, whispering through the trees like a warning. Amelia ran, her feet pounding against the earth, and didn't stop until she was back in the safety of the town. Her mind raced with thoughts of what could have been, and she knew she was playing a dangerous game. The artist was watching her, and he wouldn't stop until he had his next masterpiece. That night, Amelia sat at her desk, her hands shaking as she wrote about the case. The red thread lay in front of her, a chilling reminder of how close she had come to danger. She knew she was onto something, but she also knew the killer was watching her. The artist's first masterpiece had left the town in shock, but Amelia was certain there would be more. And as she stared at the photographs of the crime scene, one thought consumed her. She had to find the artist before he found her. The weight of the investigation pressed down on her, but she couldn't stop. The town depended on her, and she wouldn't let them down. The artist's studio was hidden in plain sight, tucked away in a crumbling part of town where the streets were narrow and the buildings leaned precariously against one another. Amelia approached the weathered structure, her heart pounding in her chest. The windows were boarded up, and the door, though cracked and peeling, was securely locked. She hesitated for a moment, glancing over her shoulder to ensure no one was watching. The street was empty, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being observed. Taking a deep breath, she jimmied the lock with a hairpin. the mechanism clicking open with a soft, almost mocking sound. The air inside was thick with the scent of oil paint, blood, and something metallic she couldn't quite place. The studio was dimly lit, the only light filtering through cracks in the boarded-up windows. Amelia's eyes adjusted slowly, and as they did, the room came into focus, a macabre workshop filled with tools that made her stomach churn. Scalpels, saws, and needles were arranged neatly on a workbench, their surfaces gleaming despite the faint layer of dust. Rolls of wire and jars of odd liquids lined the shelves, their labels handwritten in a spidery script. Amelia's breath caught as she realized what this place was, the artist's lair. She moved deeper into the studio, her footsteps echoing on the creaky wooden floor. Against the far wall stood a series of canvases, their surfaces obscured by dust-covered sheets. She reached out, her fingers brushing the fabric, and hesitated. Something about the way they were draped felt deliberate, as if they were hiding secrets she wasn't sure she wanted to uncover. Finally, she pulled the sheet from the first canvas, her breath hitching in her throat. The painting was a grotesque depiction of the human form, its limbs elongated and twisted in unnatural ways. The eyes, wide and lifeless, seemed to follow her as she stepped back, her hand pressed to her mouth. The next canvas was even worse, a nightmarish portrait of a woman whose skin had been flayed away to reveal the muscle beneath. Amelia stumbled back, her heart racing. This wasn't just art, it was a reflection of the artist's mind, a window into his twisted psyche. She turned away, her stomach churning, and noticed a stack of photographs on the workbench. Her hands trembled as she picked them up, recognizing the faces of people she had seen around town. Each photo had been marked with notes: height, weight, distinctive features, and a red checkmark next to the ones who had already been taken. Amelia's blood ran cold as she realized that the artist had been stalking his victims, studying them, preparing them for his work. Hidden among the photos was a leather-bound journal, its pages filled with sketches and notes written in the same spidery handwriting. Amelia flipped through it, her hands shaking. The sketches were detailed, each one a blueprint for the artist's creations. She paused at a page that depicted the pose of the body in the park, its limbs meticulously drawn and labeled. Beneath the sketch, the artist had written a single sentence: "Beauty is only skin deep, true perfection lies beneath." Amelia felt a wave of nausea as she realized the depth of his obsession. He wasn't just killing his victims, he was transforming them into his twisted vision of beauty. At the back of the journal, she found a series of lists, supplies, tools, and what appeared to be a timeline for his projects. The dates corresponded with the disappearances in town, and one name in particular caught her eye: Emma Collins. The artist had kept meticulous records of her captivity, detailing how he had kept her alive for days before finally completing her. Amelia's vision blurred as she read the final entry. Emma was stubborn, but she came around in the end. Her screams were music to my ears, and her tears added a touch of realism to her pose. She will be remembered as my first true masterpiece. Amelia closed the journal, her hands trembling, and felt a tear roll down her cheek. As she set the journal aside, something on the workbench caught her eye: a small, ornate key. She picked it up, turning it over in her hands, and noticed a symbol etched into the metal, an eye surrounded by twisting vines. Amelia's mind raced as she tried to piece together what it could mean. Was it the key to another room? A hidden compartment? Her eyes scanned the studio, searching for anything that might be locked. Her gaze fell on a heavy wooden cabinet in the corner, its doors sealed tight with a rusted padlock. She approached it cautiously, the key clutched tightly in her hand, and slid it into the lock. It turned with a sharp click. The doors creaked open to reveal a collection of jars, each one filled with a murky liquid. Amelia took a step closer, her breath catching in her throat as she realized what they contained: human body parts. A hand floated in one jar, its fingers curled as if reaching for something. Another held a pair of eyes, their lifeless gaze fixed on her. She stumbled back, her stomach heaving, and knocked over a jar in her haste. It shattered on the floor, the liquid spilling out as a tangled mass of hair slid across the tiles. Amelia's hand flew to her mouth as she choked back a scream. This wasn't just a studio, it was a tomb, a shrine to the artist's madness. The sound of footsteps outside snapped her out of her horrified stupor. Amelia froze, her heart pounding in her chest. She listened intently, but the footsteps stopped, replaced by the sound of someone humming a soft, melodic tune. Her blood ran cold as she recognized the melody. It was the same one she had heard in her dream. She glanced at the studio's entrance, the door still slightly ajar, and knew she had to get out. But before she could move, the humming grew louder, and the door creaked open. A shadow fell across the floor, and Amelia's breath caught in her throat. The artist was here. She ducked behind the cabinet, her body trembling as she listened to the footsteps approaching. The artist's boots thudded against the wooden floor, and she could hear him muttering to himself. So close to perfection," he whispered, his voice low and guttural. Amelia clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, as she tried to steady her breathing. She couldn't let him see her. She couldn't let him know she had been here. The footsteps stopped, and she heard the rustling of papers as he picked up the journal. There was a long pause, and then a soft, chilling laugh. "Someone's been snooping," he said, his voice dripping with amusement. Amelia's heart rate spiked as she realized he knew she was there. She had to move, had to get out before it was too late. She glanced at the studio's back door, just a few feet away, and weighed her options. If she made a run for it, she might be able to escape, but the risk was high. The artist was unpredictable, and she had no idea what he was capable of. Taking a deep breath, she bolted from her hiding spot, her feet pounding against the floor as she sprinted for the door. The artist's laughter echoed behind her, and she could hear him giving chase, his footsteps quick and deliberate. She burst through the door and into the narrow alley behind the studio, her lungs burning as she ran. The artist's laughter followed her, growing fainter as she put distance between them. She didn't stop until she was back in the safety of the town center, her body trembling with adrenaline and fear. As she leaned against a lamppost, struggling to catch her breath, one thought consumed her. She had to stop him before he could finish his next masterpiece. But as she thought about the chilling things she had seen in his studio, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had already become a part of his twisted game. The town woke to the news that another woman had gone missing. Her name was Sarah, and she had last been seen walking home from work the night before. Amelia read the report with a sinking feeling in her chest, knowing all too well what fate awaited her. The artist was escalating, his hunger for perfection growing with each new victim. The town was paralyzed with fear, and the whispers of a serial killer spread like a plague. Parents kept their children indoors, and the streets, once lively, were now eerily silent. Amelia knew she had to act fast, but the weight of what she had seen in the artist's studio still haunted her. The police were no closer to finding the killer, their investigation stalled by a lack of evidence. They searched the park where the first body had been found, but there was no sign of Sarah. Amelia visited the station, hoping to glean some information, but the officers were tight-lipped. "We're doing everything we can," one of them told her, his voice tinged with frustration. Amelia knew better. The artist was too clever, too meticulous, to leave behind anything that could lead them to him. She left the station feeling more hopeless than ever. The image of Sarah's smiling face burned into her mind. That evening, Amelia returned to her apartment, her thoughts a tangled mess. She opened her notebook and began piecing together what she knew. The artist was obsessed with creating perfect human sculptures, and his victims were carefully chosen. He stalked them, studied them, and then took them when the time was right. But what drove him? What made him see beauty in such horror? Amelia flipped through the sketches she had secretly photographed in his studio, each one more grotesque than the last. Her hands shook as she realized that every line, every detail, was a reflection of his madness. The next morning, another body was found. This time, it was discovered in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of town. Amelia arrived at the scene before the police, her camera slung over her shoulder. The factory was massive, its windows shattered and its walls covered in graffiti. Inside, the air was dank and heavy, the only sound the distant drip of water. Amelia followed the sound, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, until she found the body. It was posed in the center of the room, its limbs arranged in an intricate, almost ballet-like pose. The victim's face was frozen in an expression of terror, and Amelia felt a wave of nausea as she realized it was Sarah. She took photographs of the scene, her hands trembling so badly she could barely hold the camera. The artist had outdone himself this time, the pose more elaborate and horrifying than the first. Amelia moved closer, her eyes scanning the body for any clues. That's when she noticed it, a small mark on the victim's wrist, barely visible. It was a symbol, etched into the skin with precision, an eye surrounded by twisting vines. The same symbol she had seen on the key in the artist's studio. Amelia's breath caught in her throat as she realized the significance. It was a signature, a way for the artist to claim his work. The police arrived soon after, and Amelia was forced to leave the scene. She returned to her apartment, her mind racing. The symbol was a clue, a connection to the artist, but it also raised more questions. Was he marking his victims as part of some twisted ritual? Or was it a message, a way to taunt those who were trying to stop him? Amelia pulled out the sketches from the studio, searching for any mention of the symbol. She found it on the last page of the journal, scrawled in the artist's handwriting. The eye sees all. The vines bind all. Perfection is inevitable. The next day, Amelia visited Sarah's family, hoping to learn more about her life. They were devastated, their grief palpable as they spoke of her kindness and ambition. She was so full of life, her mother said, tears streaming down her face. Amelia listened, her heart aching, and promised them she would do everything she could to find the killer. But as she left their home, she couldn't shake the feeling of helplessness. The artist was always one step ahead, and she had no idea how to stop him. That night, Amelia had another dream. She was back in the factory, the body of Sarah posed in front of her. But this time, the body moved, its limbs twisting and contorting as it rose to its feet. The eyes, lifeless and glassy, locked onto hers, and a voice whispered, "You're next." Amelia woke with a start, her heart pounding in her chest. The dream felt too real, too vivid, and she couldn't shake the feeling that the artist was watching her. She got out of bed and paced the room, her mind racing with thoughts she couldn't escape. The next morning, Amelia returned to the abandoned factory, hoping to find something the police had missed. The place was deserted, the body long since removed, but the eerie atmosphere remained. She wandered the space, her eyes scanning the floor for any clues. That's when she noticed a small, crumpled piece of paper in the corner. She unfolded it carefully, her hands trembling as she read the words scrawled across it. "The gallery is almost complete. Soon, the world will see my masterpieces." Amelia's blood ran cold as she realized the artist's plan. He wasn't just killing his victims. He was creating a gallery of horrors for all to see. She left the factory, her mind racing. The artist's gallery had to be somewhere in town, a place where he could display his work without being discovered. But where? Amelia thought back to the studio, the cramped space filled with tools and supplies. It couldn't be there, the gallery was too big, too elaborate. She needed to find it before he could complete his plan, but she had no idea where to start. The town was vast, and the artist could be hiding anywhere. Amelia felt a wave of frustration as she realized how little she truly knew. That evening, Amelia received a call from the police. Another woman had gone missing, her disappearance eerily similar to Sarah's. Amelia's heart sank as she heard the details. The artist was escalating, his need for perfection driving him to take more victims. She knew she had to act fast, but the weight of the investigation was beginning to take its toll. She sat at her desk, staring at the photographs and notes scattered across it, and felt the first stirrings of doubt. Could she really stop him? Or was she just another pawn in his twisted game? As she sat there, something caught her eye, a photograph she hadn't noticed before. It was of an old abandoned church on the edge of town, its steeple crumbling and its windows boarded up. Amelia's pulse quickened as she realized it could be the artist's gallery. The church was secluded, its location perfect for someone who wanted to remain hidden. She grabbed her coat and headed for the door, her mind racing. This could be her chance to stop the artist, but she knew the risk was high. As she stepped into the night, she couldn't shake the feeling that the artist was watching, waiting for her to take the next step. The old church loomed in the distance, its silhouette stark against the moonlit sky. Amelia approached cautiously, her footsteps silent on the cracked pavement. The building was even more unsettling up close, its once grand facade now crumbling and decayed. The wooden doors were shut tight, but a faint light flickered through the cracks, casting eerie shadows on the ground. Amelia hesitated, her hand hovering over the handle. She knew what she might find inside, but she also knew she had no choice. The artist was here, and she had to stop him before he could finish his gallery of horrors. She pushed the door open, the hinges groaning in protest, and stepped inside. The air was thick with the scent of dust, decay, and something metallic she couldn't quite place. The church's interior was dark, the only light coming from a series of candles placed around the room. Their flickering flames cast shifting shadows on the walls, giving the space an almost otherworldly feel. Amelia moved forward slowly, her eyes scanning the room for any sign of the artist. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the soft crackle of the candles and the sound of her own breathing. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light, the gallery came into view. The church's pews had been removed, replaced by a series of pedestals, each one holding a grotesque sculpture. Amelia's stomach churned as she realized what they were: human bodies, posed and preserved in various states of disfigurement. Some were missing limbs, while others had their skin peeled back to reveal the muscle and bone beneath. Each one was meticulously crafted, a testament to the artist's twisted vision. Amelia's hands trembled as she approached the nearest pedestal, her eyes drawn to the sculpture's face. It was frozen in an expression of agony, its mouth open in a silent scream. The sound of footsteps behind her made her freeze. She turned slowly, her heart pounding in her chest, and saw the artist standing in the doorway. He was tall and gaunt, his face obscured by a shadow, but his eyes gleamed with a manic intensity. "You found my gallery," he said, his voice low and guttural. "I was hoping you'd come." Amelia took a step back, her mind racing. She had to keep him talking, had to find a way to escape. But the artist moved closer, his footsteps slow and deliberate, and she could feel the weight of his gaze on her. "Why do you do this?" Amelia asked, her voice trembling. The artist smiled, a thin, cruel twist of his lips. "Beauty is misunderstood," he said, his tone almost conversational. "People see it as something pure, something untouched. But true beauty comes from pain, from suffering. That's what I create: masterpieces that show the world what it's truly capable of." He gestured to the sculptures around them, his movements almost reverent. Each one is a step closer to perfection, a glimpse into the soul of humanity. Amelia's stomach turned as she realized the depth of his delusion. He wasn't just insane. He was a zealot, driven by a warped sense of purpose. The artist stepped closer, his eyes narrowing as he studied her. "You're different," he said, his voice soft. "You see the beauty in my work, don't you? That's why you're here." Amelia shook her head, her hands clenched into fists. "I'm here to stop you," she said, her voice firm. The artist laughed, a cold, hollow sound that echoed through the church. "You can't stop me," he said. "No one can. My work is too important, too pure." He reached out, his fingers brushing against her cheek, and Amelia recoiled, her heart racing. She turned and ran, her feet pounding against the floor as she made for the door. The artist's laughter followed her, growing louder as he gave chase. Amelia's mind raced as she tried to think of a way out. The church was a maze of narrow hallways and dark corners, and she had no idea where she was going. She turned a corner and found herself in a small chapel, its walls lined with more sculptures. The artist's voice echoed behind her, low and menacing. "You can't escape, Amelia. You're a part of this now." Amelia's eyes fell on a heavy candelabrum in the corner, its metal base rusted but sturdy. She grabbed it, her hands trembling, and turned to face the artist as he entered the chapel. He paused, his eyes narrowing as he saw the weapon in her hands. "You think that will stop me?" he asked, his tone almost amused. Amelia didn't respond. She swung the candelabrum with all her strength, the metal connecting with the artist's head with a sickening thud. He stumbled back, blood streaming from a gash in his temple, and fell to the floor. Amelia didn't wait to see if he got up. She dropped the candelabrum and ran, her heart pounding as she made for the exit. The church's doors were just ahead, and she could see the moonlight filtering through the cracks. She burst through them and into the night, her lungs burning as she ran. The artist's laughter echoed behind her, faint but unmistakable, and she knew he wasn't done with her. Not yet. She didn't stop until she was back in the safety of the town, her body trembling with exhaustion and fear. As she leaned against a lamppost, struggling to catch her breath, one thought consumed her. She had to find a way to stop the artist once and for all. But as she thought about what she had seen in the church, the gallery of horrors he had created, she knew it wouldn't be easy. The artist was more than a killer. He was a force of nature, driven by a need to destroy and create in equal measure. And Amelia knew she was running out of time. Amelia spent the following days buried in research, determined to uncover the artist's origins. She scoured archives, newspaper clippings, and old police records, searching for any clue that might explain his descent into madness. Her first breakthrough came when she found a faded article from 20 years ago about a tragic fire that had destroyed a family home on the outskirts of town. The fire claimed the lives of a couple and their young son, though the boy's body was never found. Amelia's heart raced as she read the details. The boy's name was Lucas Vane, and the house had been filled with his father's sculptures, grotesque works of art that had been deemed too disturbing for public display. She dug deeper, visiting the town's library to find more information about the Vane family. Lucas's father, Victor Vane, had been a struggling artist known for his macabre creations. His work had been shunned by the art world, leaving the family in poverty. Lucas's mother, Evelyn, had been a kind but broken woman, unable to cope with her husband's obsession. The fire had been ruled an accident, but Amelia couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story. She found an old photograph of the family, Lucas's wide, innocent eyes staring out from the page. Her stomach clenched as she realized that the boy she was looking at had grown up to become the artist who now terrorized the town. Amelia tracked down the address of the house where the Vane family had lived, now a charred ruin surrounded by overgrown vegetation. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay as she picked her way through the rubble. The remnants of the house were barely recognizable, but Amelia could still see the charred outlines of what had once been sculptures. Her flashlight flickered as she moved through the ruins, illuminating fragments of twisted metal and broken stone. In the center of the room, she found a small, untouched box hidden beneath a pile of debris. Her hands trembled as she opened it, revealing a collection of childhood drawings. The drawings were dark and disturbing, filled with images of twisted figures and monstrous creatures. Amelia's breath caught as she realized that even as a child, Lucas had been fixated on the macabre. One drawing stood out, a family portrait, but the faces were grotesque, the bodies distorted and unnatural. At the bottom, in a child's scrawl, was the caption, "Perfection is pain." Amelia's heart ached as she tried to reconcile the boy in the photograph with the monster he had become. She knew that the fire had been a turning point, a trauma that had warped his mind and set him on this dark path. She left the ruins with the box, her mind racing. The artist's past was the key to understanding him, but it also raised more questions. What had happened to Lucas after the fire? How had he survived, and why had he waited so long to begin his work? Amelia returned to her apartment, the box clutched tightly in her arms, and began piecing together the timeline. The fire had occurred 20 years ago, and the artist's killings had started only recently. What had triggered his return? And more importantly, what was his ultimate goal? Amelia's research led her to an old mental institution on the outskirts of town. Records showed that Lucas had been admitted there shortly after the fire, though he had disappeared a few years later. The institution had since been closed down, its crumbling walls now a haven for vandals and wildlife. Amelia arrived at the building late in the afternoon, the sun casting long shadows across its decaying facade. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and rot as she stepped inside, her flashlight cutting through the darkness. The main hall was littered with broken furniture and debris, the walls covered in peeling paint and graffiti. Amelia moved through the corridors, her footsteps echoing in the silence. The cells were small and claustrophobic, their metal doors rusted and hanging open. She found Lucas's cell at the end of a long hallway, its walls covered in faint scratches and markings. Some were names, others dates, but one stood out, a crude drawing of an eye surrounded by twisting vines. Amelia's breath caught as she realized that this had been where his obsession began. Among the scratches, she found a series of dates that corresponded with the disappearances in town. Amelia's stomach turned as she realized that the artist had been planning his work for years, waiting for the perfect moment to begin. She left the cell, her mind racing, and continued her search of the building. In the old records room, she found a dusty file labeled Patient Number 23, Lucas Vane. The file was thick with notes and observations, but one section stood out, a quote scrawled in Lucas's handwriting. "The world is imperfect, but I will make it beautiful." The file also contained a photograph of Lucas as a young man, his face gaunt and his eyes hollow. He had changed since the family portrait, his features hardened by years of trauma and isolation. Amelia flipped through the notes, her hands trembling as she read the psychiatrist's observations. Lucas had been obsessed with his father's work, believing that he had failed to achieve true perfection. He had spoken often of his desire to finish what his father started, to create something that would be remembered forever. Amelia's heart ached as she realized that the artist saw himself as a visionary, a man destined to change the world through his art. She left the institution as the sun began to set, the box of drawings and the file clutched tightly in her arms. The pieces of the puzzle were coming together, but the picture they formed was more horrifying than she had imagined. The artist wasn't just a killer. He was a man driven by a twisted sense of purpose, a need to correct the imperfections he saw in the world. Amelia returned to her apartment, her mind racing with thoughts of the boy who had become a monster. She knew that understanding his past was the only way to stop him, but she also knew that the weight of his actions would haunt her forever. As she sat at her desk, staring at the photograph of Lucas, she felt a chill run down her spine. The artist's eyes seemed to stare back at her, filled with a mixture of pain and madness. She knew there was only one way to end this. She had to confront him, to make him see the truth of what he had become. But as she thought about the horrors she had uncovered, she couldn't shake the fear that she was already too late. The artist's studio was as Amelia remembered it, dark, cluttered, and filled with the tools of his gruesome trade. She moved through the space cautiously, her eyes scanning the room for any sign of him. The air was heavy with the scent of oil paint and blood, and the silence was unnerving. As she stepped further inside, she noticed that the sculptures she had seen on her last visit were gone, their pedestals now empty. The only sound was the faint drip of water from a leaky pipe, its rhythm steady and unsettling. Amelia's pulse quickened as she realized that the artist was preparing for something, though she didn't yet know what. She found him in the back room, hunched over a workbench, his hands moving deftly as he carved into a block of clay. His back was to her, and he didn't seem to notice her presence. Amelia hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest. This was her chance to catch him off guard, but she knew he was dangerous, more dangerous than anyone she had ever faced. She took a step closer, her breath shallow, and saw that the clay figure on the bench was a near-perfect likeness of her. The artist's hands moved with precision, shaping the clay into her features, and Amelia felt a wave of revulsion as she realized what he intended to do. "I knew you'd come," he said without turning around, his voice low and calm. Amelia froze, her hand tightening around the flashlight she carried as a makeshift weapon. "You've always been curious, Amelia. That's what I admire about you." He turned to face her, his eyes gleaming with a manic intensity. "But curiosity can be dangerous. You should have stayed away." Amelia forced herself to meet his gaze, her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her insides. "This ends tonight," she said. "I won't let you hurt anyone else." The artist smiled, a thin, cruel twist of his lips, and set the sculpting tool down on the bench. "You don't understand," he said, his tone almost pleading. "This isn't about hurting people. It's about creating something beautiful, something that will last forever." He gestured to the clay figure on the bench. "You could be part of that, Amelia. You could become my greatest masterpiece." Amelia shook her head, her hands trembling as she tightened her grip on the flashlight. "This isn't beauty," she said. "It's madness. You're sick, and you need to stop." The artist's smile faded, replaced by a look of cold determination. "I'm not sick," he said. "I'm a visionary, and you're just too blind to see it." He moved toward her, his movements slow and deliberate, and Amelia took a step back. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest, the adrenaline surging through her veins. She knew she had to act fast, but she also knew that the artist was stronger than he looked. Her eyes darted around the room, searching for anything she could use as a weapon. The artist followed her gaze, his smile returning. "There's no escaping this, Amelia," he said. "You're here, and you're mine." Amelia raised the flashlight, her hands steady for the first time. "I'm not yours," she said, "and I never will be." The fight was brutal, a desperate struggle for survival. The artist was stronger than Amelia had anticipated, but she was quick and determined. She swung the flashlight at him, the metal connecting with his shoulder and sending him stumbling back. He recovered quickly, his movements fueled by rage and obsession. They grappled in the cramped space, knocking over tools and supplies as they fought. Amelia's breath came in ragged gasps as she tried to keep him at bay, but he was relentless, his hands clawing at her as he tried to subdue her. At one point, He managed to pin her against the wall, his hands tightening around her throat. Amelia clawed at his arms, her vision darkening as she struggled to breathe. She could see the madness in his eyes, the twisted satisfaction as he watched her struggle. But she refused to give up. With a final burst of strength, she kicked him in the stomach, forcing him to release his grip. She stumbled away, gasping for air, and grabbed the first thing she could find, a heavy chisel. She swung it at him, the sharp edge cutting into his arm and sending him reeling. The artist fell to the floor, clutching his arm as blood seeped through his fingers. His eyes blazed with fury as he looked up at her, his voice low and guttural. "You think you've won?" he spat. "You can't stop me. No one can." Amelia stood over him, the chisel still in her hand, her body trembling with exhaustion and adrenaline. "It's over," she said, her voice firm. "You're done." The artist laughed, a cold, hollow sound that sent a chill down her spine. "You don't get it, do you?" he said. "This isn't over. Not yet." Before she could react, he lunged at her, his hands reaching for her throat. Amelia raised the chisel, driving it into his chest with all her strength. The artist's eyes widened in shock as he stumbled back, blood pouring from the wound. He collapsed to the floor, his body convulsing as he struggled to breathe. Amelia stood over him, her hands stained with his blood, her heart pounding in her chest. "It's over," she whispered, her voice trembling. The artist smiled weakly, his lips stained with blood. "No," he said. "It's just beginning." Amelia stepped back, her mind racing as she tried to process what had happened. The artist was dead, but his words haunted her. His work had left a mark on the town, a scar that would never fully heal. She knew that his gallery was still out there, hidden somewhere in the town, waiting to be found. And she knew that there would be others, people who would see his work and misunderstand it, who would be drawn to the madness he had created. Amelia's legs gave out, and she sank to the floor, the weight of everything she had done crashing down on her. The police arrived soon after, alerted by a neighbor who had heard the commotion. They found Amelia sitting in the corner of the studio, her hands still clutching the chisel. The artist's body lay in the center of the room, his lifeless eyes staring up at the ceiling. The officers tried to question her, but Amelia was too numb to speak. She let them lead her out of the studio, her mind a blur of images: the artist's face, the sculptures, the gallery of horrors. She knew she should feel relieved, but all she felt was emptiness. As she sat in the back of a police car, staring out at the town she had tried to save, Amelia couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't the end. The artist's madness had left a mark on her, a shadow that would follow her wherever she went. She had stopped him, but she couldn't undo what he had done. The town would heal, the wounds would scar over, but the memory of the sculptor of flesh would remain. And as the car drove away, Amelia closed her eyes, knowing that the nightmares would never truly leave her. The town slowly began to heal, but the scars left by the artist's reign of terror were deep and lasting. Families mourned their lost loved ones, and the streets, once filled with life, now felt eerily quiet. Amelia tried to return to some semblance of normalcy, but the weight of what she had experienced clung to her like a shadow. She avoided the newspaper office, unable to face the constant reminders of the case that had consumed her. Instead, she spent her days at home, surrounded by the silence of her apartment, trying to make sense of everything that had happened. The police had taken the artist's body away, but his studio remained as a grim monument to his madness. It was eventually boarded up, the windows covered with plywood, but Amelia could still feel its presence whenever she passed by. She often found herself drawn to it, standing outside and staring at the faded sign above the door. The words "artistry in flesh" were barely visible now, but they still sent a chill down her spine. She knew she should stay away, but something about the place called to her, a dark and twisted pull she couldn't quite explain. The town held a memorial for the victims, a solemn gathering that brought together the shattered community. Amelia attended, her heart heavy with guilt and sorrow. She listened as the families shared stories of their loved ones, their voices trembling with grief. When it was her turn to speak, she hesitated, unsure of what to say. She told them about the artist, about his twisted vision and the horrors he had created. But she couldn't bring herself to mention the role she had played in stopping him. She felt like an outsider, a stranger in her own town, and the weight of her silence weighed heavily on her conscience. In the weeks that followed, Amelia began to receive letters anonymous, handwritten notes that contained fragments of the artist's journal. The first one arrived in a plain envelope, slipped under her door in the dead of night. She opened it with trembling hands, her breath catching as she read the familiar handwriting. The eye sees all. The vines bind all. Perfection is inevitable. The words were a haunting reminder of the artist's madness, but they also filled her with a sense of dread. Who had sent them? And why? The letters continued to arrive, each one more cryptic than the last. Some contained sketches of the artist's sculptures, while others were filled with rambling passages about beauty and suffering. Amelia tried to ignore them, to convince herself that they were the work of a disturbed mind, but she couldn't shake the feeling that they were connected to something bigger. She began to suspect that the artist had followers, people who had been drawn to his work and shared his twisted vision. The thought sent a chill down her spine, and she knew she wasn't safe. She tried to focus on her work, throwing herself into research and writing, but the letters followed her wherever she went. She found one tucked into her mailbox at the newspaper office, another left on the windshield of her car. The messages became more personal, referencing things only the artist could have known. Amelia's paranoia grew, and she began to feel as though she was being watched. She installed locks on her doors and windows, but it did little to ease her fear. The artist's presence was everywhere, a constant reminder of the darkness she had uncovered. The police dismissed her concerns, their attention focused on rebuilding the town's shattered sense of security. Amelia knew she couldn't rely on them, so she began to investigate on her own. She followed leads, tracked down the artist's known associates, and searched for any connection to the letters. But every path she took led to a dead end, and she began to feel as though she was chasing a ghost. The more she searched, the more she realized that the artist's influence was far more widespread than she had ever imagined. One night, while sifting through old files at the library, Amelia came across a photograph that made her blood run cold. It was of the artist's gallery, the one she had found in the abandoned church. But it wasn't empty, it was filled with people, their faces hidden behind masks. They stood in front of the sculptures, their hands raised as if in worship. Amelia's hands trembled as she held the photograph, her mind racing with questions. Who were these people? And what were they doing in the gallery? She knew she had stumbled onto something dangerous, but she couldn't turn away. She returned to the church that night, her flashlight cutting through the darkness as she stepped inside. The gallery was gone, the sculptures removed, but the air was thick with the scent of decay. Amelia's eyes scanned the room, searching for any sign of the people in the photograph. She found it in the corner, a small, intricately carved box that hadn't been there before. She opened it cautiously, her breath catching as she saw what was inside. It was a key, identical to the one she had found in the artist's studio, but this one was marked with a new symbol, a serpent coiled around an eye. Amelia's heart pounded as she realized that the artist's followers were still active, still carrying out his work. She knew she had to stop them, but she also knew that she couldn't do it alone. She reached out to the families of the victims, hoping to find allies in her fight, but they were hesitant to get involved. The fear was still too fresh, the wounds too deep. Amelia understood, but it left her feeling more isolated than ever. She knew she was walking into a trap, but she couldn't turn away. As the days passed, the letters became more frequent, their tone more threatening. Amelia's paranoia grew, and she began to see the artist's influence everywhere. She noticed strange symbols carved into trees, graffiti on the sides of buildings, and whispers of rituals taking place in the woods. The town was healing on the surface, but beneath it all, darkness still lingered. Amelia knew that the artist's followers were waiting for the right moment to strike, and she had to be ready. She began to prepare, gathering supplies and mapping out the locations mentioned in the letters. She knew she was walking into a dangerous situation, but she had no other choice. The artist's madness had infected the town, and she was the only one who could bring it to an end. As she packed her bag that night, staring out at the darkened streets, she felt a sense of determination she hadn't felt in weeks. She was ready to face whatever came next, to confront the darkness and put an end to it once and for all. The woods outside of town were dark and foreboding, the trees looming like silent sentinels as Amelia made her way through them. She had followed the symbols carved into the bark, each one leading her deeper into the forest. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and the only sound was the crunch of her footsteps on the forest floor. She clutched the key tightly in her hand, its cool metal a constant reminder of the danger she was walking into. The symbols had led her here, to a clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle. In the center stood an altar, its surface stained with what looked like dried blood. Amelia approached cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest. The air felt heavier here, charged with an energy she couldn't quite explain. The altar was covered in strange markings, symbols that matched the ones she had seen in the artist's journal and the letters. She knelt down, her fingers brushing against the rough surface, and felt a chill run down her spine. This was a place of worship, a place where the artist's followers had gathered to carry out their rituals. She knew she was getting closer to the truth, but she also knew that she was walking into a trap. As she stood, a low chanting began to echo through the trees. Amelia froze, her breath catching in her throat. The sound was faint at first, but it grew louder with each passing second, a dissonant melody that sent shivers down her spine. She turned slowly, her eyes scanning the trees for any sign of movement. The shadows seemed to shift and twist, and she felt as though she was being watched. The chanting grew louder, the words indistinct but filled with a sense of foreboding. Amelia gripped the key tightly, her knuckles white, and took a step back. From the darkness emerged figures, their faces hidden behind masks that resembled the artist's sculptures. They moved in unison, their steps slow and deliberate, their voices rising in a haunting harmony. Amelia's heart raced as she realized that this was the cult the artist had created, followers who had continued his work after his death. She wanted to run, to escape the nightmare unfolding around her, but she knew she had to stay. She had come here for answers, and she wasn't leaving without them. The figures surrounded her, their chanting growing louder as they tightened the circle. Amelia could feel the weight of their gaze, the intensity of their devotion. She held up the key, her voice trembling as she spoke. "I know what you're doing," she said, "and I won't let you continue." The chanting stopped, and for a moment there was only silence. Then one of the figures stepped forward, their mask twisted into a grotesque smile. "You don't understand," they said, their voice low and guttural. "This is bigger than you, bigger than all of us." Amelia's mind raced as she tried to make sense of what was happening. The figure's words echoed the artist's, their tone filled with the same twisted conviction. She knew she was outnumbered, but she also knew she had to stand her ground. "Your leader is dead," she said, her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her insides. "This ends now." The figure laughed, a cold, hollow sound that sent a chill down her spine. "The eye sees all," they said. "The vines bind all. Perfection is inevitable." The chanting began again, louder this time, and Amelia felt the ground beneath her feet begin to tremble. She turned and ran, her heart pounding as she fought her way through the trees. The figures followed, their chants echoing through the forest like a nightmare come to life. Amelia's breath came in ragged gasps as she pushed herself to go faster, her legs burning with exertion. She didn't know where she was going, but she knew she had to escape. The forest seemed to close in around her, the trees twisting into grotesque shapes as she ran. She could feel the key digging into her palm, its presence a constant reminder of the danger she was in. Her heart leapt as she saw a break in the trees, a narrow path that led out of the forest. She pushed herself harder, her feet pounding against the ground as she made for the exit. The chanting grew louder behind her, the figures closing in with every step. Just as she thought she was about to break free, a figure stepped into her path, their mask gleaming in the moonlight. Amelia skidded to a halt, her breath catching in her throat. The figure reached out, their hand brushing against her cheek, and she felt a wave of revulsion. Amelia swung the key at the figure, the metal connecting with their mask and sending them stumbling back. She didn't wait to see if they got up. She ran, her heart pounding as she burst out of the forest and into the open. The figures didn't follow, their chants fading into the night as she stumbled onto the road. She collapsed to her knees, her body trembling with exhaustion and fear. She had escaped, but she knew it wasn't over. The cult was still out there, and they wouldn't stop until they had what they wanted. As she sat there, staring at the key clenched tightly in her hand, she realized that she had no choice. She had to face them again, to confront the darkness head-on. The artist's followers were a threat to the town, and she was the only one who could stop them. But as she thought about the terrifying ordeal she had just endured, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was in over her head. She returned to her apartment, her mind racing with thoughts of the cult and their twisted rituals. The key was the key literally to stopping them, but she didn't yet know how to use it. The markings on the altar, the symbols in the letters, they were all connected, but she couldn't see the bigger picture. She knew she needed help, but who could she trust? The police had dismissed her concerns, and the town was still too fractured to come together. She was on her own, and the weight of that realization was almost too much to bear. Amelia spent the night researching, poring over the artist's journal and the letters for any clue that might help her understand the cult's plans. The key's symbol, the serpent coiled around an eye, seemed to be the focal point of their rituals, but its meaning was still unclear. She knew she was running out of time, that the cult was preparing something big, but she couldn't piece it together. Frustration gnawed at her as she stared at the documents spread out on her desk, the key lying in the center like a silent taunt. As dawn broke, Amelia made a decision. She would return to the church, to the place where it had all begun. The key had to open something, and she was willing to bet that the church held the answers she needed. She packed her bag, her hands trembling with a mix of fear and determination. She didn't know what she would find, but she knew she had to face it. The cult, the artist's madness, the horrors she had uncovered, it all led back to that cursed place. And she wasn't leaving until she had put an end to it once and for all. The church loomed before her, its weathered stone walls casting long shadows in the pale moonlight. Amelia approached cautiously, her footsteps echoing in the silence. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, and a faint rhythmic tapping could be heard from within. She gripped the key tightly, its cold metal pressing into her palm, and took a deep breath. This was at the place where the artist's madness had reached its peak, and where the answers she sought were hidden. She pushed open the heavy wooden door, the hinges creaking loudly as she stepped inside. The interior of the church was even more unsettling than the outside. The walls were covered in peeling paint, and the floor was littered with debris. The air was thick with dust, and the faint smell of incense hung in the air. Amelia's flashlight flickered as she moved deeper into the church, illuminating the remnants of the artist's gallery. The sculptures were gone, but their pedestals remained, arranged in a circle around the altar. The altar itself was covered in strange markings, the same symbols that had been carved into the trees and the letters. Amelia felt a chill run down her spine as she realized that this was where it had all begun. She approached the altar cautiously, her eyes scanning the markings for any clue that might help her understand the cult's plans. The symbols were intricate and confusing, but one stood out, a large eye surrounded by twisting vines. It was the same symbol that was engraved on the key, and Amelia knew it was the key to unraveling the mystery. She knelt down, her fingers brushing against the rough surface, and felt a sudden, intense pressure in her head. The room seemed to spin around her, and she could hear whispers in the air, faint and indistinct but filled with a sense of urgency. Amelia stood up quickly, her heart pounding in her chest. The whispers grew louder, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of sound. She tried to block them out, but they seemed to be coming from inside her head. She stumbled back, her flashlight flickering as she fought to steady herself. The visions came without warning, flashes of the artist's work, of the victims, of the cult's rituals. They were vivid and horrifying, and Amelia felt as though she was being pulled into a nightmare. She clutched the key tightly, its cold metal grounding her as she tried to regain her composure. The whispers stopped as suddenly as they had begun, leaving Amelia gasping for breath. She looked around the church, her eyes wide with fear, but the room was silent and still. She knew she had to keep going, to find what the key unlocked and put an end to the madness. She moved to the back of the church, where a heavy wooden door stood closed. The air was colder here, and the faint tapping sound she had heard earlier was louder. Amelia's hand trembled as she reached for the door, the key clutched tightly in her other hand. She inserted the key into the lock, her heart pounding as she turned it. The lock clicked open, and Amelia pushed the door open, revealing a narrow staircase that led down into the earth. The air was damp and cold, and the walls were lined with strange symbols. Amelia hesitated, her mind filled with visions of what might lie below. But she knew she couldn't turn back. She took a deep breath and began to descend, her flashlight cutting through the thick darkness. The staircase seemed to go on forever, the walls closing in around her as she went deeper. At the bottom of the stairs was a chamber, its walls covered in carvings that matched the symbols on the altar. The air was heavy with the scent of blood and decay, and the floor was slick with something dark and wet. Amelia's flashlight flickered as she stepped into the room, illuminating the grotesque figures that lined the walls. They were sculptures, but unlike any she had ever seen. Their features were twisted and distorted, their bodies contorted into unnatural shapes. Amelia felt a wave of revulsion as she realized that these were the artist's final works, the culmination of his madness. In the center of the room stood a large stone pedestal, its surface covered in the same markings as the altar above. On top of the pedestal was a small, intricately carved box, its surface covered in the symbol of the eye and the serpent. Amelia approached it cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest. She knew that whatever was inside the box was the key to stopping the cult, but she also knew that opening it could unleash something terrible. She hesitated, her hand hovering over the box, as the whispers began again, louder this time, filling the chamber with their frantic voices. Amelia's resolve hardened as she reached for the box, her fingers trembling as she lifted the lid. Inside was a collection of bones, their surfaces etched with the same symbols that covered the walls. Among the bones was a small, black stone, its surface smooth and cold. Amelia picked it up, her breath catching as she felt a surge of energy pass through her body. The whispers grew louder, their voices merging into a single deafening roar. She dropped the stone, the sound of it hitting the floor echoing through the chamber, and the whispers stopped. The room was silent, the air heavy with an unspoken tension. Amelia knelt down, her eyes fixed on the stone as it lay on the floor. She could feel its presence, a dark and twisted energy that seemed to pulse with life. She knew that this was what the cult had been searching for, the source of their power. But she also knew that destroying it would be dangerous, perhaps even deadly. She took a deep breath, her mind racing as she tried to decide what to do. Amelia knew she had to act fast. The cult was still out there, and they would stop at nothing to get the stone back. She picked it up, her hands trembling as she felt its cold surface against her skin. The symbols on the walls seemed to glow faintly in the darkness, their light casting eerie shadows across the room. Amelia's heart pounded as she realized that she was standing in the heart of the artist's madness, the place where it had all begun. She knew that destroying the stone would end the cult's power, but she also knew that it might cost her her life. She didn't hesitate. She took the stone and smashed it against the pedestal, the sound of it shattering echoing through the chamber. The room seemed to tremble, the walls shaking as the symbols on them began to fade. Amelia felt a sudden, intense pressure in her head, and she stumbled back, her vision blurring as the whispers returned, louder and more frenzied than before. She clutched the key tightly, its cold metal grounding her as she fought to stay conscious. The room spun around her, and she felt as though she was being pulled into a void, the darkness closing in on her from all sides. When the darkness finally lifted, Amelia was lying on the floor of the chamber, her body trembling with exhaustion. The stone was gone, shattered into pieces, and the symbols on the walls had faded into nothingness. The air was still, the oppressive energy that had filled the room now gone. Amelia knew that she had done it. She had destroyed the cult's power and stopped their plans. But as she sat there, staring at the remnants of the pedestal, she couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness wasn't truly gone. It was still out there, waiting, biding its time. And she knew that she would have to face it again, sooner or later. Amelia emerged from the church, her body trembling with exhaustion and her mind still reeling from what she had seen in the chamber below. The night air was cold and heavy, the silence of the town almost unnerving after the chaos she had just endured. She stumbled down the steps, her legs weak and unsteady, and leaned against the stone wall of the church for support. The fight was over, the stone destroyed, but she couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. The darkness she had faced still lingered, a shadow she couldn't quite escape. The walk back to her apartment was a blur, her mind consumed by the events of the night. She kept glancing over her shoulder, half expecting to see the cult's figures emerging from the darkness, their masks twisted into grotesque smiles. But the streets were empty, the town eerily silent as if it, too, was holding its breath. When she finally reached her apartment, she locked the door behind her and leaned against it, her body sinking to the floor. The key was still clutched in her hand, its cold metal a reminder of the fight she had just waged. Sleep didn't come easily that night. Every time Amelia closed her eyes, she was haunted by visions of the chamber, the twisted sculptures, and the shattered stone. The whispers, though faint now, still echoed in the back of her mind, their voices a constant reminder of the darkness she had faced. When she finally drifted off, her dreams were filled with the artist's face, his eyes gleaming with a manic intensity as he whispered words she couldn't understand. She woke in a cold sweat, her heart pounding and her sheets tangled around her. The days that followed were a struggle. Amelia tried to return to her normal routine, but the weight of what she had experienced clung to her like a second skin. She avoided the newspaper office, unable to face the constant reminders of the case that had consumed her. Instead, she spent her days at home, surrounded by the silence of her apartment, trying to make sense of everything that had happened. The key, now tucked away in a drawer, was a constant presence, its existence a reminder of the darkness she had faced. The town, too, seemed changed, though the cult's influence had been destroyed. The scars it had left behind were deep and lasting. Families mourned their lost loved ones, and the streets, once filled with life, now felt eerily quiet. Amelia often found herself staring out the window, her eyes scanning the town for any sign of the shadows she had faced. She knew the darkness was gone, but the memory of it lingered, a presence she couldn't quite shake. Amelia tried to reach out to the families of the victims, hoping to find solace in their shared grief, but they were hesitant to speak with her. The fear was still too fresh, the wounds too deep. She understood their reluctance, but it left her feeling more isolated than ever. The town was healing, but it was a slow and painful process, and Amelia couldn't help but feel that she was still an outsider, a stranger in the place she had tried to protect. The letters stopped, the anonymous notes that had haunted her for weeks now a thing of the past. But their absence did little to ease Amelia's paranoia. She often found herself double-checking the locks on her doors and windows, her mind filled with visions of the figures in masks. The silence of the town, once a comfort, now felt oppressive, and Amelia couldn't help but feel as though she was being watched. One night, as she sat in her apartment, staring at the keys she had tucked away in the drawer, Amelia realized that the fight wasn't truly over. The darkness she had faced was still out there, waiting, biding its time. The artist's madness had left its mark on her, a shadow that would follow her wherever she went. She knew she had to be ready, to prepare herself for whatever came next. The key was a reminder of that, a symbol of the fight she had waged and the one she would have to face again. Amelia began to research again, poring over the artist's journal and the remnants of the letters for any clue that might help her understand what was coming. The symbols, though faded now, still held a power she couldn't quite explain. She knew there was more to them, a deeper meaning that she hadn't yet uncovered. The town was safe for now, but Amelia couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness was still out there, waiting for the right moment to strike. As the days passed, Amelia's resolve hardened. She knew she couldn't let her guard down, that the fight she had waged was only the beginning. The artist's madness had left a mark on the town, a scar that would never fully heal. But Amelia was determined to protect it, to keep the shadows at bay. She began to train, to prepare herself for whatever came next, using the key as a constant reminder of the darkness she had faced. The town began to heal, the wounds of the past slowly scarring over. But Amelia knew the fight wasn't truly over. The darkness was still out there, a shadow that would always linger. She had stopped the artist and his cult, but the memory of their madness would never leave her. As she stood at the edge of the town, staring out at the horizon, she knew she would have to face it again, sooner or later. Amelia took a deep breath, the keys still clutched in her hand. The fight had changed her, left her scarred but stronger. She knew the darkness was still out there, waiting, but she was ready. The shadows would come again, and when they did, she would be there to face them. The town was safe for now, but Amelia knew that her fight was far from over. The butcher beneath. The rain fell in relentless sheets, turning the cracked asphalt into a river of reflections as Jack trudged through the abandoned industrial district. His threadbare coat did little to shield him from the cold, and the weight of his desperation pressed harder than the storm. He had been out of work for months, his savings evaporated, and the eviction notice on his door loomed like a death sentence. The job listing had been pinned to the bulletin board of a dingy diner, handwritten and vague, promising steady work for able bodies at a place called Harper's Slaughterhouse. The address had led him here, to this decaying wasteland on the outskirts of town. The slaughterhouse loomed ahead, a monstrous silhouette against the stormy sky, its brick walls blackened with age and windows shattered or boarded up. The sign above the entrance swung on rusted chains, the letters barely legible. Jack hesitated, the building exuding an aura of foreboding that made his skin crawl. But the thought of another night on the streets or worse, in a shelter, propelled him forward. He pushed open the heavy metal door, the hinges screeching like a dying animal, and stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit, the air thick with the stench of rust and decay. A single flickering bulb cast eerie shadows on the walls, which were stained with something dark and crusted. Jack's footsteps echoed as he moved deeper into the building, his heart pounding in his chest. He called out, his voice swallowed by the oppressive silence. Just as he was about to turn back, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a face that seemed carved from stone. The man introduced himself as Mr. Harper, the owner of the slaughterhouse. His voice was low and gravelly, his eyes cold and calculating as they scanned Jack from head to toe. He spoke of hard work, long hours, and generous pay, his words laced with promises that seemed too good to be true. Jack's instincts screamed at him to leave, to run and never look back, but desperation drowned out the voice of reason. Mr. Harper handed him a set of keys and directed him to a small room at the back of the building. "That's where you'll stay until you prove yourself," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Jack followed the instructions, finding the room sparse but functional. A cot, a table, and a single bulb overhead were the only furnishings. He dropped his bag on the floor and sat on the cot, the reality of his situation settling over him. As night fell, the slaughterhouse seemed to come alive with strange noises, creaks, groans, and the distant sound of something being dragged across the floor. Jack tried to convince himself it was just the wind or the building settling, but the unease in his chest grew with every passing moment. He lay on the cot, staring at the ceiling, the flickering bulb casting erratic shadows. Sleep was elusive, his mind racing with questions and fears he couldn't articulate. The next morning, Mr. Harper handed him a list of tasks: cleaning the floors, organizing the tools, and preparing the workspace for the next batch of work. Jack threw himself into the work, determined to prove his worth. But as the day wore on, he noticed things that didn't add up. The tools were unervingly sharp, the floors stained with substances that didn't look like animal blood, and the air carried a faint metallic tang that made his stomach churn. He tried to strike up a conversation with Mr. Harper, but the man was tight-lipped, answering questions in curt sentences that revealed nothing. When Jack asked about the previous employees, Mr. Harper's expression darkened. "They left," he said simply, his tone warning against further inquiry. Jack nodded, the words doing little to ease the knot of fear in his chest. By the end of the day, Jack was exhausted but determined to make the best of the situation. He returned to his room, the strange noises from the night before already echoing in the back of his mind. As he lay on the cot, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. The shadows seemed to move on their own, and the air was thick with a sense of dread. He drifted into a fitful sleep, plagued by dreams of blood and screams. In the dream, he was trapped in a room filled with sharp tools, the walls closing in as a figure loomed in the corner, watching him with cold, unblinking eyes. He woke with a start, drenched in sweat, the sound of heavy footsteps echoing in the hallway outside his door. Jack held his breath, his heart pounding as he strained to listen. The footsteps grew louder, stopping just outside his room. The doorknob rattled softly, and he could hear the sound of breathing slow, deliberate, and unervingly close. He pressed himself against the wall, his mind racing with fear and panic. The footsteps eventually retreated, the sound fading into the distance. Jack remained still, his body trembling as he tried to make sense of what had just happened. The silence that followed was deafening, the weight of it pressing down on him like a tangible force. He knew then that he had made a terrible mistake coming here, but it was too late to turn back. The job offer had been a trap, and he was now ensnared in a nightmare from which there might be no escape. The shadows in the room seemed to grow darker, the air colder, as if the building itself was alive and feeding on his fear. Jack gripped the edges of the cot, his knuckles white, and prayed for morning to come quickly. But deep down, he knew that daylight would bring no solace, only more horrors waiting to be uncovered. The darkness of the slaughterhouse felt alive, pressing in on Jack from all sides as he lay on the cot, wide awake. The footsteps had stopped, but the silence was worse, heavy and suffocating, as if the building was holding its breath. The flickering bulb above him cast erratic shadows that danced across the walls, shapes that seemed to twist and morph into something monstrous. Jack's heart raced, his ears straining to catch any sound, but the only thing he could hear was the erratic thud of his own pulse. He clenched his fists, the rough fabric of the cot digging into his palms, and willed himself to stay calm. But every creak of the building, every faint groan of metal, felt like a whisper in his ear, a warning he couldn't quite understand. Hours passed, or maybe minutes' time had become meaningless in the oppressive void of the slaughterhouse. Jack's eyes darted to the door, half expecting it to burst open at any moment. The memory of the rattling doorknob haunted him, the sound of breathing still echoing in his mind. He tried to rationalize it, to convince himself it was just his imagination, but deep down, he knew better. Something was in the building with him, something that wasn't human. The thought made his skin crawl, and he pulled the thin blanket tighter around his shoulders, though it did nothing to ward off the chill that seeped into his bones. Dawn came slowly, the faint light filtering through the cracks in the boarded-up windows. Jack blinked, his eyes aching from lack of sleep, and sat up on the cot. The room looked different in the dim light, the shadows less menacing but still unsettling. He stood, his legs shaking, and approached the door, pressing his ear against it. Silence. He turned the knob slowly, wincing at the soft click as the latch released, and peered into the hallway. The slaughterhouse was eerily still, the air heavy with the scent of rust and decay. Jack stepped out cautiously, his footsteps echoing softly, and made his way to the main workspace. The room was just as he had left it the night before, the tools neatly arranged on the table, the floors scrubbed clean of all but the deepest stains. But something felt off, as if the air itself had shifted. Jack's gaze fell on the wall behind the table, and he froze. The stains that had seemed like random splatters the day before now formed a pattern, a crude, grotesque mural of twisted figures and jagged shapes. He stepped closer, his stomach churning as he realized the stains were not just rust but something far darker. The air grew colder, and Jack could have sworn he heard a faint whisper, a voice he couldn't quite make out. Shaken, he turned away from the wall and began his tasks for the day, trying to ignore the gnawing sense of dread in his chest. Mr. Harper appeared unexpectedly, his footsteps silent until he was right behind Jack. Jack jumped, his heart racing, and turned to face the man. Mr. Harper's expression was unreadable, his cold eyes scanning the room. "Keep working," he said, his voice low and commanding, before turning and walking away without another word. Jack watched him go, the man's presence leaving a lingering unease in the air. As the day wore on, Jack's exhaustion grew, his movements slower and more mechanical. The shadows in the room seemed to stretch and twist, the tools on the table gleaming with a sinister light. He tried to focus on his work, but his mind kept drifting back to the previous night, the sounds and the shadows that had haunted him. The building seemed to pulse around him, its walls alive with a malevolent energy that made it hard to breathe. Jack clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, and forced himself to keep going. When night fell again, Jack retreated to his room, the door creaking softly as he closed it behind him. He sat on the cot, his head in his hands, and tried to steady his breathing. The flickering bulb cast erratic shadows on the walls, and the silence was deafening. But then it began, the noises. The creaks and groans from the night before returned, louder this time, more deliberate. Jack's heart pounded as he listened, his mind racing with fear. The sound of something being dragged across the floor echoed through the building, accompanied by a low, guttural growl that sent a shiver down his spine. He pressed himself against the wall, his eyes fixed on the door. The footsteps started again, slow and heavy, growing closer with each passing second. Jack's breath caught in his throat as they stopped outside his room, the doorknob rattling softly. He could hear the breathing again, slow and deliberate, and the faint sound of something scraping against the door. His mind raced, panic clawing at his chest, as the doorknob turned slowly, the latch clicking softly. Jack's eyes widened, his body frozen in fear, as the door began to creak open. But then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The breathing faded, the footsteps retreated, and the silence returned. Jack remained frozen, his heart pounding, his body trembling. He didn't move for what felt like hours, his eyes fixed on the door, waiting for it to open again. But nothing happened. The night dragged on, the shadows in the room growing darker and more menacing, and Jack knew he wasn't alone. The slaughterhouse had come alive, and whatever was in it was watching him, waiting. Sleep was impossible, the darkness pressing in on him from all sides, and Jack knew he was trapped in a nightmare with no way out. Morning light crept weakly into the slaughterhouse, casting thin, dusty beams across the floor. Jack sat on the edge of his cot, his hands trembling, his face pale and drawn from another sleepless night. The sounds from the darkness still lingered in his mind, the footsteps, the breathing, the scraping at the door, all of it replaying like a nightmare he couldn't escape. He rubbed his eyes, the exhaustion weighing heavy on his shoulders, and forced himself to stand. The room felt colder than before, the air thick with a sense of foreboding that made it hard to breathe. Jack hesitated before opening the door, half expecting something to be waiting for him on the other side. The hallway was empty, the silence oppressive, but Jack couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. He moved cautiously, his footsteps echoing softly as he made his way to the main workspace. The tools were still neatly arranged, the floor clean, but the air felt different, heavier somehow. Jack's gaze fell on the stained wall, the grotesque mural seeming more pronounced in the daylight. He shuddered, a cold knot tightening in his stomach, and turned away, focusing on his tasks for the day. But his hands shook as he worked, the memory of the previous night haunting him like a shadow. Mr. Hopper appeared mid-morning, his presence announced only by the soft click of his boots on the floor. Jack jumped, his heart racing, and turned to face the man. Mr. Hopper's expression was as unreadable as ever, his cold eyes scanning the room before settling on Jack. "You're doing well," he said, his voice low and devoid of any real warmth. Jack nodded, unsure how to respond, and Mr. Harper continued. "You'll work here until I say otherwise. You'll earn your keep." The words felt more like a threat than reassurance, and Jack's unease deepened. As the day dragged on, Jack found himself glancing over his shoulder more often, the sense of being watched growing stronger with each passing hour. The shadows in the room seemed to shift when he wasn't looking, the tools on the table gleaming with an almost predatory light. He tried to focus, to push the fear to the back of his mind, but it was impossible. The slaughterhouse felt alive, its walls pulsing with a malevolent energy that made his skin crawl. By mid-afternoon, he couldn't take it anymore and decided to explore the building, hoping to find some answers. The hallway led deeper into the slaughterhouse, the air growing colder and more oppressive with every step. Jack's heart pounded as he moved through the dimly lit passages, the walls stained with dark, crusted substances that made his stomach churn. He came across a row of doors, each one closed and locked, the wood warped and splintered with age. He tried the handles, but they refused to budge. Just as he was about to turn back, he noticed a faint light spilling from under one of the doors. He knelt, peering through the crack, and his breath caught in his throat. Inside the room were stacks of filing cabinets, their drawers half open, and a desk covered in papers. Jack's pulse quickened as he tried the handle, the door creaking open unexpectedly. The room smelled of dust and mildew, the air thick with the scent of something metallic. He stepped inside, his eyes scanning the papers on the desk, and froze. They were employment records, dozens of them, each one bearing the name of a worker who had supposedly worked at the slaughterhouse. But what made his blood run cold were the dates. They all stopped abruptly, weeks or months ago, with no explanation. Jack rifled through the papers, his hands shaking as he pieced together the grim truth. The workers hadn't left. They had disappeared, their records ending abruptly with no indication of where they had gone. He stumbled back, his mind racing, the weight of what he had discovered pressing down on him like a physical force. He needed to get out, to tell someone, but the realization hit him like a punch to the gut. There was no one to tell. He was alone in the slaughterhouse, trapped with whatever had taken the others. The room seemed to close in around him, the walls pulsing with a malevolent energy, and Jack knew he was in far more danger than he had ever imagined. The sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway, slow and deliberate, growing closer with each passing second. Jack's heart pounded, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps as he scrambled to hide. He ducked behind one of the filing cabinets, his body trembling, and listened as the footsteps stopped outside the door. The doorknob turned slowly, the latch clicking softly, and the door creaked open. Jack held his breath, his eyes wide with fear, as heavy boots stepped into the room. The figure paused, their breathing slow and deliberate, and Jack knew he had been discovered. But then, just as suddenly as they had entered, the footsteps retreated, the door closing softly behind them. Jack remained frozen, his body trembling, his mind racing with fear and panic. He waited for what felt like an eternity before finally crawling out from behind the cabinet, his legs shaking as he stood. The room felt colder, the air thicker, and Jack knew he couldn't stay there any longer. He stumbled out into the hallway, his heart pounding, and made his way back to the main workspace. The slaughterhouse seemed to pulse around him, its walls alive with a malevolent energy that made it hard to breathe, and Jack knew he was running out of time. Jack's hands trembled as he gripped the handle of the mop, his eyes darting nervously around the room. The discovery of the missing workers' files had shaken him to his core, and every shadow, every creak of the building, now felt like a threat. The tools on the workbench gleamed menacingly under the flickering light, their sharp edges catching the light in a way that made his stomach churn. He tried to focus on cleaning, to push the fear to the back of his mind, but it was impossible. The slaughterhouse felt alive, its walls pulsing with a malevolent energy that made it hard to breathe. Mr. Harper appeared unexpectedly, his silent approach making Jack jump. The man's cold eyes scanned the room, lingering on the tools before settling on Jack. "You'll be working with the equipment today," he said, his voice low and devoid of any warmth. Jack's stomach dropped, but he nodded, not daring to argue. Mr. Harper handed him a set of keys and pointed to a locked cabinet in the corner of the room. "Keep them sharp," he said before turning and walking away, his footsteps echoing softly. Jack stared at the keys in his hand, his heart pounding, and approached the cabinet with growing dread. The cabinet was old and rusted, the wood warped and splintered with age. Jack's hands shook as he inserted the key, the lock clicking open with a soft creak. The doors swung open, revealing rows of meticulously arranged tools, knives, hooks, saws, all gleaming with a sinister light. The air inside the cabinet was thick with the scent of rust and something metallic, something that made his stomach churn. Jack hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to close the cabinet and walk away, but he knew he had no choice. He reached for a knife, the handle cold and smooth in his hand, and pulled it from the rack. The blade was unervingly sharp, the edge gleaming in the dim light. Jack's stomach twisted as he ran a finger along the edge, the sharpness sending a shiver down his spine. He set the knife on the workbench and began sharpening it, the rhythmic sound of the whetstone filling the room. but the sound was drowned out by the growing sense of unease in his chest. The tools seemed to pulse with a dark energy, their sharp edges gleaming like teeth in the dim light. Jack's hands shook as he worked, the fear in his chest growing with each passing moment. As the day wore on, the shadows in the room seemed to shift and twist, the air growing colder and more oppressive. Jack's gaze kept drifting to the stained wall, the grotesque mural seeming more pronounced than before. The stains looked darker, fresher, as if they had been retouched during the night. Jack shuddered, a cold knot tightening in his stomach, and turned back to his work. But the tools seemed to have a life of their own, their sharp edges gleaming with a predatory light that made it hard to concentrate. Sense of being watched grew stronger, the weight of it pressing down on him like a physical force. The sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway, slow and deliberate, growing closer with each passing second. Jack's heart pounded, his hands freezing mid-stroke on the whetstone. He glanced toward the door, his eyes wide with fear, as the footsteps stopped outside the room. The doorknob turned slowly, the latch clicking softly, and the door creaked open. Mr. Harper stepped inside, his cold eyes scanning the room before settling on Jack. "Keep working," he said, his voice low and commanding, before turning and walking away. Jack's hands trembled as he resumed sharpening the knife, the fear in his chest growing with every passing moment. The shadows in the slaughterhouse seemed to deepen as the day faded into evening, the air growing colder and heavier with each passing hour. Jack's hands were raw from sharpening the tools, the repetitive motion doing little to ease the growing dread in his chest. The knives and hooks gleamed on the workbench, their edges unervingly sharp, their handles stained with something dark and crusted. He tried to ignore the nagging feeling that the tools were somehow alive, watching him, waiting. The flickering bulb above him cast erratic shadows on the walls, the shapes twisting and morphing into grotesque figures that made his stomach churn. Mr. Harper appeared again, his presence announced only by the soft click of his boots on the floor. Jack jumped, his heart racing, and turned to face the man. Mr. Harper's expression was unreadable, his cold eyes scanning the room before settling on Jack. "You've done well," he said, his voice low and devoid of any warmth. "But there's still more to be done. Follow me." Jack hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to refuse, but the weight of Mr. Harper's gaze left no room for argument. He set the knife down and followed the man deeper into the slaughterhouse, his heart pounding with every step. The hallway stretched endlessly, the walls stained with dark, crusted substances that made Jack's stomach churn. The air grew colder with each step, the faint scent of rust and decay replaced by something metallic, something wrong. Mr. Harper stopped at a heavy metal door, the surface pitted and rusted, and pulled a set of keys from his pocket. The lock clicked open with a soft creak, and the door swung inward, revealing a room shrouded in darkness. Jack hesitated, his breath catching in his throat, but Mr. Harper stepped inside without a word, forcing Jack to follow. The room was small and windowless, the air thick with the scent of something foul. A single flickering bulb cast dim light on the walls, which were covered in strange symbols etched into the surface. Jack's pulse quickened as he took in the scene, his eyes falling on a large, blood-stained table in the center of the room. Chains hung from the ceiling, their ends tipped with sharp hooks that gleamed in the dim light. The air felt charged with malevolent energy, the walls pulsing faintly as if the room itself was alive. Jack's stomach twisted, the realization of where he was and what might have happened there sinking in like a stone. Mr. Harper turned to him, his expression unreadable, and gestured to the table. "This is where the real work happens," he said, his voice low and devoid of emotion. Jack's heart pounded, his mind racing with fear and panic, but he couldn't move. Mr. Harper stepped closer, his cold eyes boring into Jack's. "You'll learn soon enough. But first, you must make the pact." Jack's breath hitched, his body trembling as Mr. Harper pulled a knife from his coat, the blade gleaming in the dim light. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier, the walls pulsing with a dark energy that made it hard to breathe. Jack's instincts screamed at him to run, but his legs refused to move. Mr. Harper stepped closer, the knife glinting in his hand, and grabbed Jack's wrist in a vice-like grip. Jack gasped, the pain sharp and immediate, as Mr. Harper pressed the blade to his palm. "Blood binds you to this place," Mr. Harper said, his voice low and commanding. "You belong to the slaughterhouse now." Jack's vision blurred as the blade cut into his skin, the pain sharp and searing. Blood welled up from the wound, dripping onto the floor as Mr. Harper released his grip. Jack stumbled back, his hand throbbing, the room spinning around him. The walls seemed to pulse with a dark energy, the symbols etched into the surface glowing faintly. Mr. Harper watched him with cold, calculating eyes, the knife still gleaming in his hand. "You're part of it now," he said, his voice echoing in the small room. "There's no escape." Jack's chest tightened, the weight of Mr. Harper's words pressing down on him like a physical force. The room seemed to close in around him, the air thick with a malevolent energy that made it hard to breathe. He stumbled toward the door, his legs shaking, but Mr. Harper blocked his path, his cold eyes boring into Jack's. "You'll learn," he said, his voice low and devoid of emotion. "You'll learn what it means to belong here." Jack's heart pounded as he stepped back, the walls pulsing faintly around him. The air grew colder, the scent of blood and decay overwhelming as the room seemed to come alive. Mr. Harper stepped closer, his presence suffocating, the knife still gleaming in his hand. Jack's mind raced with fear and panic, but he knew there was no way out. He was trapped, bound to the slaughterhouse by something dark and ancient, and there was no escape. Jack stumbled out of the blood-stained room, his hand throbbing where the blade had cut into his flesh. The hallway stretched endlessly before him, the walls pulsating faintly as if the building itself was alive. The air was thick with the scent of rust and decay, and every step he took echoed as though someone or something was following close behind. He clutched his wounded hand to his chest, the blood seeping through his fingers, and tried to steady his breathing. But the weight of Mr. Harper's words pressed down on him, suffocating him. He was trapped, bound to the slaughterhouse by forces he didn't understand. The main workspace was eerily silent when he returned, the tools on the workbench gleaming ominously in the dim light. Jack's gaze fell on the stained wall, the grotesque mural seeming more alive than ever. The figures twisted and writhed in his peripheral vision, as if they were trying to break free from the wall itself. He turned away, his stomach churning, and sank onto a stool, his mind racing. The cut on his hand burned, the pain a constant reminder of the pact he had unwillingly made. The slaughterhouse was no longer just a place, it was a prison, and he was its newest inmate. Night fell quickly, the darkness pressing in on Jack from all sides. He retreated to his room, the door creaking softly as he closed it behind him. The flickering bulb cast erratic shadows on the walls, and the silence was deafening. He sat on the edge of the cot, his hands still throbbing, and stared at the floor. The events of the day replayed in his mind, the blood pact, the symbols, the chains. It all felt like a nightmare he couldn't wake up from. But deep down, he knew it was real. The slaughterhouse had claimed him, and there was no escape. The noises started again, the creaks and groans of the building echoing through the darkness. Jack's heart pounded as he listened, his body tensing with each sound. The footsteps were slower tonight, more deliberate, and the low, guttural growl that accompanied them sent a shiver down his spine. He pressed himself against the wall, his eyes fixed on the door, as the footsteps stopped outside his room. The doorknob rattled softly, the latch clicking as it turned, and the door began to creak open. Jack's breath caught in his throat, his body frozen in fear. But then, something unexpected happened. A voice, low and gravelly, filled the room, a voice that was not human. "You belong to us now," it said, the words dripping with malice. Jack's eyes widened, his heart racing as the shadows in the room seemed to shift and twist. The voice continued, its tone cold and mocking. "There is no escape. You will serve, or you will perish." The air grew colder, the weight of the voice pressing down on him like a physical force. Jack's mind raced, panic clawing at his chest, but he couldn't move. The shadows seemed to close in around him, their whispers growing louder, more insistent. The door creaked shut, the latch clicking softly, and the voice faded into the darkness. Jack remained frozen, his body trembling, his mind racing with fear and confusion. The slaughterhouse was alive, and it was speaking to him. The realization sent a cold wave of dread through him, his chest tightening as he struggled to breathe. He knew he couldn't stay in the room any longer, but the thought of venturing into the hallway was equally terrifying. The shadows seemed to pulse faintly, their whispers growing louder as the building's energy pressed in on him from all sides. The night dragged on, each moment stretching into an eternity of fear and uncertainty. Jack sat on the edge of the cot, his body tense, his eyes fixed on the door. The voice, deep, guttural, and inhuman, still echoed in his mind, its words a haunting reminder of his entrapment. The room felt smaller now, the walls pressing in, the shadows shifting unnaturally. He couldn't stay here, not with the whispers growing louder, the air growing colder. He stood on shaky legs, his wounded hand throbbing, and forced himself to step toward the door. The latch clicked softly as he turned it, the creak of the hinges sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. The hallway was dark, the air thick with the scent of rust and decay. Jack's footsteps echoed softly as he moved, the walls pulsating faintly as if the slaughterhouse was watching him. The tools on the workbench gleamed in the dim light, their sharp edges catching the flickering bulb's glow. He avoided looking at the stained wall, the figures in the mural seeming to move in his peripheral vision. Instead, he focused on the heavy metal door at the end of the hallway, the one Mr. Harper had led him through earlier. It stood slightly ajar, faint, sickly light spilling from the crack. Jack hesitated, his heart pounding, his instincts screaming at him to turn back. But the whispers in the shadows urged him forward, their voices low and insistent. He stepped closer, the air growing colder with each step, the scent of blood and decay overwhelming. The door creaked open further as he approached, revealing the room within. The chains hung from the ceiling, their sharp hooks gleaming in the dim light, the symbols on the walls glowing faintly. Jack's stomach twisted, his breath catching in his throat as he stepped inside. The room felt alive, the walls pulsing with a dark energy that made it hard to breathe. Jack's gaze fell on the blood-stained table, the chains swaying gently as if stirred by an unseen force. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, their voices echoing in his mind. He stepped closer, his legs trembling, and reached out to touch one of the chains. The metal was cold and slick, the texture making his stomach churn. As his fingers brushed against it, a loud metallic clang echoed through the room, and the chains began to move on their own, writhing like living things. Jack stumbled back, his heart racing, as the chains tightened around the table, their hooks digging into the wood. The whispers grew louder, their voices merging into a single guttural growl. The air grew colder, the walls pulsing faster, and the symbols on the surface began to glow brighter. Jack's instincts screamed at him to run, but his legs refused to move. The chains tightened further, the wood groaning under the pressure, and the table began to rise off the ground. Jack's breath caught in his throat, his body frozen in fear as the table floated in mid-air, the chains writhing like snakes. The whispers stopped abruptly, replaced by a deafening silence that pressed down on Jack like a physical force. The table hovered in the air, the chains tightening further, their hooks gleaming in the dim light. Then, without warning, the table slammed back onto the ground with a loud crash, the chains falling still. The room was silent once more, the air thick with a malevolent energy that made it hard to breathe. Jack's legs finally gave out, and he sank to his knees, his body trembling, his mind racing with fear and confusion. Jack's knees pressed into the cold, blood-stained floor as he stared at the chains, their stillness unnerving after their violent movement. The air in the room was suffocating, thick with the scent of rust and decay, and the walls seemed to pulse faintly as if the slaughterhouse was alive. His wounded hand throbbed, the pain a constant reminder of the blood pact he had unwillingly made. The whispers returned, faint at first but growing louder, their voices merging into a single guttural growl that echoed in his mind. He tried to block it out, to focus on anything else, but the whispers were relentless, their words cold and mocking. The table creaked softly, the chains rattling as they shifted ever so slightly. Jack's breath quickened, his body tensing as he watched the chains begin to move again, their hooks gleaming in the dim light. The table lifted off the ground once more, this time more slowly, as if the slaughterhouse was toying with him. The whispers grew louder, their voices dripping with malice, and the air grew colder, the walls pulsing faster. Jack's instincts screamed at him to run, but his legs refused to move. The table hovered in mid-air, the chains tightening, their hooks digging into the wood with a sickening crunch. The room darkened as the symbols on the walls glowed brighter, their light casting eerie shadows on the floor. Jack's chest tightened, the weight of the whispers pressing down on him like a physical force. The table spun slowly, the chains writhing like living things, their hooks glinting menacingly. The whispers merged into a single voice, deep and guttural, its words dripping with malice. "You belong to us now," it said, the sound reverberating through the room. Jack's body trembled, his mind racing with fear. As the table came to a sudden stop, the chains falling still once more. The silence was deafening, the air thick with a malevolent energy that made it hard to breathe. Jack's gaze fell on the blood-stained table, the chains swaying gently as if stirred by an unseen force. The whispers returned, their voices low and insistent, urging him closer. He tried to resist, to pull away, but his body moved on its own, stepping toward the table. His wounded hand throbbed, the pain sharp and searing, as he reached out to touch the table's surface. The wood was cold and slick, the texture making his stomach churn. As his fingers brushed against the table, the chains moved again, their hooks digging into the wood with a sickening crunch. The whispers grew louder, their voices merging into a single guttural growl that echoed in his mind. The table lifted off the ground once more, the chains tightening, their hooks gleaming in the dim light. Jack's body trembled, his mind racing with fear, as the table hovered in mid-air, the chains writhing like snakes. The room darkened as the symbols on the walls glowed brighter, their light casting eerie shadows on the floor. The whispers stopped abruptly, replaced by a deafening silence that pressed down on Jack like a physical force. The table slammed back onto the ground with a loud crash, the chains falling still. The room was silent once more, the air thick with a malevolent energy that made it hard to breathe. Jack's legs finally gave out, and he sank to his knees, his body trembling, his mind racing with fear and confusion. The whispers returned, their voices low and insistent, urging him closer to the table. Jack's body felt like it wasn't his own, his limbs moving without his consent as he crawled toward the blood-stained table. The whispers were louder now, their voices merging into a single guttural growl that reverberated through the room. The chains swayed gently overhead, their hooks gleaming in the dim light, and the air grew colder with each step he took. His wounded hand throbbed, the pain sharp and searing, as he reached out to touch the table's surface. The wood was cold and slick, the texture making his stomach churn, but he couldn't pull away. The table creaked softly as Jack placed his wounded hand on its surface, the blood from his cut seeping into the wood. The whispers grew louder, their voices dripping with malice, and the air grew colder as the symbols on the walls pulsed brighter. The chains moved again, their hooks digging into the wood with a sickening crunch, and the table lifted off the ground. Jack tried to pull away, to break free from whatever force was controlling him, but his body refused to obey. The table hovered in mid-air, the chains tightening, their hooks gleaming menacingly. The room darkened as the symbols on the walls glowed brighter, their light casting eerie shadows on the floor. Jack's chest tightened, the weight of the whispers pressing down on him like a physical force. The table spun slowly, the chains writhing like living things, their hooks glinting menacingly. The whispers merged into a single voice, deep and guttural, its words dripping with malice. "The mark binds you," it said, the sound reverberating through the room. Jack's body trembled, his mind racing with fear. As the table came to a sudden stop, the chains falling still once more. The silence was deafening, the air thick with a malevolent energy that made it hard to breathe. Jack's gaze fell on his wounded hand, the blood still seeping from the cut. The whispers returned, their voices low and insistent, urging him closer to the table. He tried to resist, to pull away, but his body moved on its own, stepping toward the table once more. The pain in his hand intensified, the cut throbbing with a sharp, searing pain, as he placed his hand on the table's surface. The chains moved again, their hooks digging into the wood with a sickening crunch. As his fingers pressed into the table, the whispers grew louder, their voices merging into a single guttural growl that echoed in his mind. The table lifted off the ground once more, the chains tightening, their hooks gleaming in the dim light. Jack's body trembled, his mind racing with fear, as the table hovered in mid-air, the chains writhing like snakes. The room darkened as the symbols on the walls glowed brighter, their light casting eerie shadows on the floor. The whispers stopped abruptly, replaced by a deafening silence that pressed down on Jack like a physical force. The table slammed back onto the ground with a loud crash, the chains falling still. The room was silent once more, the air thick with a malevolent energy that made it hard to breathe. Jack's legs finally gave out, and he sank to his knees, his body trembling, his mind racing with fear and confusion. The whispers returned, their voices low and insistent, urging him closer to the table. His wounded hand throbbed, the pain sharp and searing. As he reached out to touch the table's surface once more, Jack's hand pressed deeper into the table's surface, the blood from his wound seeping into the wood as the chains above began to rattle. The whispers grew louder, their voices merging into a single guttural growl that echoed through the room. The air grew colder, the symbols on the walls pulsing brighter, their light casting eerie shadows on the floor. The table creaked softly, lifting off the ground once more, the chains tightening as they coiled around it. Jack tried to pull away, but his body refused to obey, his wounded hand stuck to the table's surface. The whispers grew louder, their voices dripping with malice, as the table hovered in mid-air. The room darkened as the symbols on the walls glowed brighter, their light illuminating the blood-stained walls. Jack's chest tightened, the weight of the whispers pressing down on him like a physical force. The chains moved again, their hooks digging into the wood with a sickening crunch, and the table spun slowly. The whispers merged into a single voice, deep and guttural, its words dripping with malice. "The sacrifice is complete," it said, the sound reverberating through the room. Jack's body trembled, his mind racing with fear. As the table came to a sudden stop, the chains falling still once more. The silence was deafening, the air thick with a malevolent energy that made it hard to breathe. Jack's gaze fell on his wounded hand, the blood still seeping from the cut. The whispers returned, their voices low and insistent, urging him closer to the table. He tried to resist, to pull away, but his body moved on its own, stepping toward the table once more. The pain in his hand intensified, the cut throbbing with a sharp, searing pain, as he placed his hand on the table's surface. The chains moved again, their hooks digging into the wood with a sickening crunch. As his fingers pressed into the table, the whispers grew louder, their voices merging into a single guttural growl that echoed in his mind. The table lifted off the ground once more, the chains tightening, their hooks gleaming in the dim light. Jack's body trembled, his mind racing with fear, as the table hovered in mid-air, the chains writhing like snakes. The room darkened as the symbols on the walls glowed brighter, their light casting eerie shadows on the floor. The whispers stopped abruptly, replaced by a deafening silence that pressed down on Jack like a physical force. The table slammed back onto the ground with a loud crash, the chains falling still. The room was silent once more, the air thick with a malevolent energy that made it hard to breathe. Jack's legs finally gave out, and he sank to his knees, his body trembling, his mind racing with fear and confusion. The whispers returned, their voices low and insistent, urging him closer to the table. His wounded hand throbbed, the pain sharp and searing, as he reached out to touch the table's surface once more. The Bone Collector. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the dense woodland. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, but beneath it lingered a faint metallic tang that made the hairs on the back of Sheriff Daniel's neck stand on end. He knelt beside the remains, his flashlight trembling in his gloved hand. The body, or what was left of it, was arranged in a grotesque display. Bones meticulously cleaned and laid out in a spiral pattern, as if the killer had taken perverse pride in their work. The skull rested at the center, its hollow eye sockets staring blankly into the encroaching darkness. The jaw was slightly ajar, frozen in a silent scream, as if the victim's terror had been preserved along with their bones. The forest seemed unnaturally quiet, the usual symphony of crickets and owls replaced by an oppressive silence. Daniel stood, his knees cracking under the strain, and called over his shoulder, "Get the coroner out here." His voice was low and steady, though the unease in his gut gnawed at him. Deputy Harris stepped closer, his flashlight illuminating the spiral, and muttered, "Who the hell would do something like this?" Daniels didn't answer, his gaze fixed on the skull. It wasn't just the meticulousness of the arrangement that disturbed him. It was the sense of purpose behind it, as if this were part of some macabre ritual. He glanced around, the beam of his flashlight cutting through the shadows, but the woods offered no answers. The deputies moved in hesitant circles, their voices hushed and nervous. The scene was unlike anything Daniels had encountered in his years as a sheriff. This wasn't the work of a madman. It was something darker, something that defied explanation. His flashlight caught something glinting among the bones, a small, intricately carved pendant. He reached for it, hesitating as his fingers hovered above the object. It was shaped like a skull, its surface etched with strange runic symbols that seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light. He picked it up, the cold metal sending a shiver through his hand, and turned it over in his palm. "Sheriff!" Harris's voice rang out, sharp and urgent. Daniels turned, his heart pounding, and saw the deputy standing a few feet away, his flashlight trained on the ground. There, etched into the dirt, was a message: "The Bone Collector has returned." The words sent a chill down Daniel's spine. He glanced back at the spiral of bones, the pendant still clutched in his hand. Whatever or whoever the Bone Collector was, he had a feeling this was only the beginning. The forest seemed to close in around him, the shadows deepening as if alive. He could almost feel the Bone Collector's presence, watching, waiting. "Get everyone out of here," Daniel said, his voice barely audible. The deputies didn't need to be told twice. They retreated quickly, their footsteps crunching against the dry leaves. Daniels lingered for a moment longer, his gaze fixed on the spiral. There was something almost beautiful about the arrangement, something that transcended the horror of it. He shook the thought away, turning to follow his men. As he walked, the pendant in his hand grew warm, the runes glowing brighter. He didn't notice the figure watching him from the shadows, its skeletal frame merging seamlessly with the trees. The bone collector smiled, its jagged teeth glinting in the moonlight. The drive back to the station was silent, the weight of the discovery pressing down on them all. Daniels kept the pendant in his pocket, its presence a constant, unnerving reminder. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were dealing with something far beyond their understanding. The bone collector wasn't just a killer, it was something ancient, something that had been waiting in the shadows for its moment to strike. When they reached the station, Daniels headed straight for his office, ignoring the curious glances from the night shift. He placed the pendant on his desk, the runes still faintly glowing, and sat down, his mind racing. He needed answers, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized how little he knew. The bone collector, who was it? What was it? And why had it returned now? He opened his computer, his fingers trembling as he typed in the words. The search results were sparse, mostly references to urban legends and folklore. But one name kept coming up, a figure from local history, a man who had disappeared over a century ago, his crimes never solved. Daniels leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the pendant. The runes seemed to shift under his gaze, forming patterns he couldn't quite decipher. He pulled out a notebook and began jotting down what little he knew. The spiral pattern, the skull pendant, the message in the dirt, it all pointed to something ritualistic, something deliberate. He couldn't shake the feeling that the bone collector wasn't done, that there would be more victims. He just hoped he could figure out how to stop it before that happened. The hours ticked by, the rest of the station falling into quiet routine as Daniels worked. He barely noticed when Harris knocked on his door, a worried look on his face. "Sheriff, you should get some rest," Harris said, his voice gentle. "We'll figure this out in the morning." Daniels nodded absently, his eyes never leaving the pendant. Harris lingered for a moment before leaving, shutting the door quietly behind him. Alone once more, Daniels leaned forward, his elbows on the desk, and stared at the pendant. The runes seemed to pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat, their glow growing brighter. He reached for it, his fingers brushing the cold metal, and suddenly the room seemed to darken. The air grew colder, the shadows lengthening until they swallowed the light. Daniels froze, his breath catching in his throat. A figure stepped out of the darkness, its skeletal frame illuminated by the pendant's glow. The bone collector stood before him, its hollow eyes fixed on his, its jagged teeth bared in a grin. Daniel's heart raced, his hand instinctively reaching for his gun, but it was as if his body had turned to stone. The collector leaned in, its voice a whisper that echoed in his mind. "You've always been curious, Sheriff. That's why I chose you." Before Daniels could react, the figure vanished, the room returning to its normal state. He sat there, his heart pounding, his hand still clutching the pendant. The words echoed in his mind, a chilling reminder that he was no longer just the hunter, he was the prey. He didn't know how he would stop the bone collector, but he knew one thing for certain: this was far from over. The tavern was dimly lit, the air heavy with the scent of stale beer and wood smoke. The locals sat huddled in small groups, their voices low and conspiratorial. Sheriff Daniels sat at the bar, nursing a whiskey while he listened to the whispers. They spoke of the bone collector, a name that sent shivers down his spine. The bartender leaned over the counter, his voice low as he wiped a glass with a rag that had seen better days. "It's an old legend," he said, "stories passed down from my granddaddy's time. They say the bone collector's been around for centuries, maybe longer." Daniels took a sip of his whiskey, the burn doing little to ease the tension in his chest. The bartender continued, his eyes darting around the room as if afraid someone might overhear. "They say it's not human. Not anymore, at least. It started as a man obsessed with death and decay. He'd collect bones, preserve them. But one day he went too far, made a deal with something dark. Daniels frowned, his fingers tightening around the glass. A deal? The bartender nodded, his voice dropping to a whisper. Yeah. They say he traded his soul for immortality, but it came at a price. He's cursed now, condemned to wander the earth, collecting bones to sustain himself. The more he takes, the stronger he gets. The sheriff's mind raced. It was just a story, he told himself. Just superstition. But the image of the spiral of bones flashed in his mind, the pendant with its eerie runes burning in his pocket. Across the room, an old man sat alone, his gnarled hands clutching a mug of ale. His eyes, clouded with age, met Daniel's, and there was something in them, something that made the sheriff's blood run cold. "You're looking into it, aren't you?" the old man croaked, his voice as rough as sandpaper. Daniels hesitated before nodding. "You know something about it?" The old man took a long swig of his ale, his gaze distant. "More than I care to. My brother. He vanished 50 years ago. They found his bones, arranged just like you described. The bone collector took him." Daniels set his glass down, leaning closer. "What else do you know?" The old man's eyes narrowed, his voice dropping to a whisper. "It's not just after bones, Sheriff. It's after souls. Every victim. They say their souls are trapped, bound to the collector. And it's always been here, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its chance to strike." The tavern seemed to grow colder, the shadows deepening. Daniels glanced around, half expecting to see the skeletal figure watching him. "How do you stop it?" he asked, his voice barely audible. The old man shook his head, his expression grim. "You don't. Not unless you're willing to give up your own soul in the process." Daniel swallowed the lump in his throat, his hand instinctively reaching for the pendant. The old man's gaze followed the movement, his eyes widening in recognition. "You've already touched it," he said, his voice trembling. "It's too late for you now." The sheriff's blood ran cold. Before he could respond, the old man stood, his chair scraping against the floor. He shuffled toward the door, pausing to glance back at Daniels. "Get out while you still can," he whispered, "before it finds you." As the door creaked shut behind the old man, Daniels sat frozen, the weight of the legend pressing down on him. The pendant in his pocket seemed to grow heavier, its warmth radiating through the fabric. He didn't notice the figure standing outside the tavern, its skeletal hand pressed against the glass. The bone collector smiled, its hollow eyes fixed on the sheriff. The hunt was just beginning. Daniels finished his whiskey in one gulp, the burn doing nothing to steady his nerves. He stood, his legs feeling unsteady beneath him, and made his way to the door. The night air was cold, a sharp contrast to the warmth of the tavern. He scanned the street, his hand resting on the butt of his gun. The street was empty, the only sound the distant hum of crickets. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. The pendant in his pocket grew warmer, the runes pulsing faintly. He pulled it out, the glow casting an eerie light on his hand. The runes seemed to shift, forming patterns he couldn't quite decipher. He clutched the pendant tightly, his mind racing. The old man's words echoed in his head. "It's too late for you now." He shook his head, trying to dismiss the thought. He was the sheriff. He wasn't about to let some old legend get the better of him. But deep down, he knew this was different. This wasn't just a case. It was a nightmare come to life. He started walking toward his car, his footsteps echoing in the quiet night. As he reached his car, he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He turned, scanning the shadows, but there was nothing there. The pendant in his hand grew hotter, the glow intensifying. He opened his car door and slid inside, the pendant still clutched in his hand. He started the engine, the rumble of the motor doing little to ease his unease. He glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the bone collector sitting in the back seat. The drive home was tense, his eyes darting to the shadows every few seconds. He kept the pendant in his hand, its warmth a constant reminder of the danger he was in. When he finally pulled into his driveway, he let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. He stepped out of the car, the night air crisp and still. The house was dark, the windows reflecting the pale light of the moon. He walked to the door, his keys jingling in his hand. He unlocked the door and stepped inside, flipping on the light switch. The familiar warmth of his home did little to ease his nerves. He set the pendant on the kitchen counter, its glow dimming slightly. He poured himself a glass of water, his hands trembling as he raised it to his lips. He glanced at the pendant, the runes still faintly glowing. He didn't know what he was dealing with, but he knew one thing for certain. He couldn't do this alone. He picked up his phone, scrolling through his contacts until he found the number he was looking for. He hesitated for a moment before dialing, the phone ringing on the other end. When the voice answered, he took a deep breath. "It's Daniels," he said. "I need your help. Something's happening here, and I don't think it's something I can handle on my own." The voice on the other end was calm, reassuring. "I'll be there first thing in the morning." Daniels nodded, though the person on the other end couldn't see him. "Thanks," he said. "I'll see you then." He hung up the phone, his eyes drifting back to the pendant. The glow had faded, but the unease in his chest remained. He didn't know what he was up against, but he knew he had to stop it. He couldn't let the bone collector claim another victim. He just hoped he wasn't too late. The morning sun did little to dispel the unease that had settled over the town. Sheriff Daniels stood on the outskirts of the forest, staring at the crime scene tape that fluttered in the breeze. The second victim had been found, their bones arranged in the same ritualistic spiral as the first. The new location, however, was different, a small clearing near the edge of town, a place where children often played. The message carved into the dirt was the same: "The bone collector has returned." The townsfolk had gathered, their faces pale with fear as they whispered among themselves. Daniels could feel their eyes on him, desperate for answers he didn't have. He stepped closer to the remains, his boots crunching against the dry leaves. The skull was positioned at the center, its hollow eyes staring up at the sky. The pendant he'd found at the first scene was still in his pocket, its weight a constant reminder of the danger they were all in. The coroner knelt beside the bones, his gloved hands carefully examining the remains. "Same as last time," he said, his voice muffled by the mask he wore. "The bones are perfectly clean, no trace of flesh or tissue. It's like they've been polished." Daniels nodded, his jaw clenched. The meticulousness of the work was disturbing, but what bothered him more was the pattern. The spiral seemed almost familiar, as if he'd seen it somewhere before. Deputy Harris approached, his face pale and his hands trembling. "Sheriff, we've got a problem," he said, his voice low. "The victim, we've identified them. It's Clara Henderson. She went missing 2 days ago." Daniel's heart sank. Clara was just 17, a bright girl with her whole life ahead of her. He glanced at the skull, his stomach churning as he imagined the fear she must have felt. "Get her family up here," he said, his voice tight. "They deserve to know." As Harris walked away, Daniels turned back to the remains. The spiral seemed to draw him in, its symmetry almost hypnotic. He knelt down, his fingers tracing the edge of the pattern. The pendant in his pocket grew warm, the runes pulsing faintly. He pulled it out, the glow casting an eerie light on the bones. The runes seemed to shift, forming a pattern that mirrored the spiral. He frowned, his mind racing. Was this a clue? Or something more? The sound of footsteps pulled him from his thoughts. He turned to see a woman approaching, her face pale and her eyes red from crying. It was Clara's mother. She stopped a few feet away, her hands clutched to her chest. "Is it her?" she whispered, her voice breaking. Daniels hesitated before nodding. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice heavy with guilt. The woman let out a sob, collapsing to her knees. Daniels moved to comfort her, but she waved him away. "You have to stop it," she said, her voice trembling. "You have to stop this monster." Daniels nodded, his resolve hardening. He didn't know how he was going to stop the bone collector, but he knew he had to try. He turned to Harris, his voice firm. "Get everyone on this. I want every inch of this town searched. If the bone collector is out there, we're going to find him." As the deputies scrambled to follow his orders, Daniels turned back to the remains. The spiral seemed to taunt him, its perfect symmetry a reminder of the killer's skill. Was it possible to track something that left no trace? Or was the bone collector always one step ahead? The pendant in his hand grew hotter, the runes glowing brighter. He clenched his fist, forcing himself to focus. The bone collector wasn't going to win. Not on his watch. He turned away, his mind racing. If the bone collector was moving from town to town, they needed a way to predict its next target. But how? He pulled out his notebook, flipping through the pages as he walked. The first victim had been found in the forest, the second near the edge of town. Was there a pattern? Or was it random? The pendant in his pocket seemed to grow heavier, its warmth a constant reminder of the danger they were all in. As he reached his car, he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He turned, scanning the woods, but there was nothing there. The pendant in his hand grew hotter, the glow intensifying. He opened his car door and slid inside, the pendant still clutched in his hand. He started the engine, the rumble of the motor doing little to ease his unease. He glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the bone collector sitting in the back seat. The drive to the station was tense, his thoughts a whirlwind of fear and frustration. He didn't know what he was dealing with, but he knew he had to stop it. When he finally pulled into the parking lot, he let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. He stepped out of the car, the pendant in his hand still glowing faintly. He walked to the station, his mind racing. He needed answers, and he needed them fast. Inside, the station was a flurry of activity. The deputies were on the phones, their voices low and urgent. Daniels walked to his office, the pendant still clutched in his hand. He set it on the desk, the glow dimming slightly. He pulled out his notebook, flipping through the pages as he tried to piece together what little he knew. The bone collector was out there, and he wasn't going to stop until someone made him. The town hall was packed, the air thick with tension as Sheriff Daniels stood at the podium. The faces of the townsfolk stared back at him, their expressions a mix of fear and desperation. Clara Henderson's death had shaken them, and the whispers of the bone collector had turned into outright panic. Daniels cleared his throat, his grip tightening on the edges of the podium. "I know you're all scared," he began, his voice steady despite the unease gnawing at him. "But we're doing everything we can to stop this." A man in the front row stood, his face red with anger. "Doing everything? 2 people are dead, Sheriff. What exactly are you doing?" Daniels met his gaze, his jaw clenched. "We're working with state investigators, combing through every lead. But this isn't something we've dealt with before. It's going to take time. The man scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest. Time? How many more of us have to die before you figure this out? The crowd murmured in agreement, their fear turning to anger. Daniels took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. I understand your frustration. Believe me, I do. But we need to work together. If anyone has information, anything at all, come forward. No detail is too small. The room fell silent, the weight of his words settling over them. Daniels glanced at the pendant on the podium, its runes glowing faintly. He hadn't planned to bring it, but something had compelled him to. Maybe it would serve as a reminder of what they were up against. A woman in the back raised her hand, her voice trembling. Sheriff, is it true? Is it really the bone collector? Daniels hesitated, his eyes scanning the crowd. We don't know for sure, he said carefully. But the evidence suggests that we're dealing with something unusual. The murmurs grew louder, the fear in the room palpable. A man stood, his face pale. My granddaddy used to tell stories about the bone collector. Said it was a curse, something we couldn't stop. Are you saying that's true? Daniels clenched his fists, the pendant's warmth seeping into his hand. I'm saying that whatever this is, we're going to stop it. But we need your help. Stay vigilant. Report anything suspicious. And please stay safe. The crowd erupted into chatter, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of fear and doubt. Daniels stepped down from the podium, his mind racing. The town was on edge, and he didn't know how much longer he could keep them from tearing each other apart. As he walked out of the town hall, Deputy Harris fell into step beside him. That went about as well as expected, Harris muttered, his voice low. Daniels sighed, running a hand over his face. I don't know what else to tell them, Harris. They're scared, and I don't blame them. I'm scared too. Harris nodded, his expression grim. Any word from the state investigators? Daniels shook his head. Not yet, but we'll keep pushing. We have to. The two of them walked in silence, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. The pendant in Daniel's pocket grew warm, its glow pulsing faintly. He pulled it out, the runes shifting under his gaze. You ever get the feeling we're playing into its hands? Harris asked, his eyes fixed on the pendant. Daniels frowned, his grip tightening. Every damn day, he muttered. As they reached the station, Daniels stopped, his gaze drifting toward the woods. The forest loomed in the distance, its shadows deep and impenetrable. He couldn't shake the feeling that the bone collector was watching, waiting. Harris followed his gaze, his expression uneasy. You think it's out there? Daniels nodded, his voice low. I think it's always out there. We just need to find it before it finds someone else. Inside the station, the mood was tense. The deputies worked quickly, their movements sharp and urgent. Daniels walked to his office, the pendant still clutched in his hand. He set it on the desk, the glow dimming slightly. He opened his notebook, flipping through the pages as he tried to piece together what little he knew. The bone collector was out there, and he wasn't going to stop until someone made him. The phone on his desk rang, the sound jarring in the quiet room. He picked it up, his voice tight. Daniels. The voice on the other end was calm, measured. Sheriff, we've got something. You need to come see this. Daniel's heart raced. Where? The voice gave him the location, and he hung up, his mind racing. He grabbed his coat and the pendant, his resolve hardening. Whatever they'd found, it was a lead. As he walked out of the station, The pendant in his hand grew warmer, its glow intensifying. He glanced at it, the runes shifting into a pattern he couldn't quite decipher. The bone collector was close, he could feel it. He climbed into his car, the pendant resting on the seat beside him. The drive was tense, the road empty and quiet. The woods loomed in the distance, their shadows deep and foreboding. When he arrived at the location, the deputies were already there, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. Daniels stepped out of the car, the pendant in his hand glowing brightly. "What have we got?" he asked, his voice low. One of the deputies pointed to the ground, his face pale. "Look." Daniels stepped closer, his flashlight illuminating the scene. There, carved into the dirt, was another message, "I'm watching." The pendant in his hand pulsed, its warmth a constant reminder of the danger they were all in. The abandoned church stood at the edge of town, its steeple broken and its windows shattered. The moonlight filtered through the cracks, casting eerie shadows on the crumbling walls. Sheriff Daniels stood at the entrance, the pendant in his hand glowing brighter than ever. The message carved into the dirt had led him here, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the bone collector was waiting inside. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the faint sound of whispers echoed through the silence. He pushed open the heavy wooden doors, the hinges creaking in protest. The interior was dark, the pews covered in dust and cobwebs. The altar was intact, a single candle burning on its surface. Daniels stepped inside, his boots crunching against the debris on the floor. The pendant's glow illuminated the space, casting long shadows on the walls. The whispers grew louder, their words indistinct but filled with an undeniable menace. He moved cautiously, his hand resting on the butt of his gun. The church seemed alive, its very walls pulsating with an unnatural energy. The pendant in his hand grew warmer, the runes shifting into a pattern that seemed to guide him forward. He reached the altar, his eyes narrowing as he examined the candle. The wax was fresh, the flame steady. Someone or something had been here recently. A sound behind him made him freeze. He turned, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. The beam illuminated a figure standing in the shadows, its skeletal frame barely visible. The bone collector's hollow eyes stared back at him, its jagged teeth bared in a grin. Daniel's heart raced, his hand tightening around his gun. "Show yourself," he demanded, his voice echoing through the church. Figure stepped forward, its movements unnaturally smooth. "You've been hunting me, Sheriff," it said, its voice a raspy whisper that sent chills down his spine. "But you don't understand what you're dealing with." Daniels raised his gun, his finger hovering over the trigger. "I understand enough. You're a killer, and I'm going to stop you." The bone collector chuckled, the sound dry and hollow. "You can't stop me. I am eternal. I am inevitable." Daniel's hand trembled, the pendant in his other hand glowing brighter. "We'll see about that," he growled. The bone collector tilted its head, its gaze fixed on the pendant. "You carry a piece of me, Sheriff. It binds us. You cannot escape it." Daniels glanced at the pendant, the runes pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. He clenched his fist, the warmth spreading through his hand. "I'm not the one who needs to escape," he said, his voice steady. The bone collector stepped closer, its skeletal fingers curling into claws. Daniels fired, the shot echoing through the church. The bullet passed through the bone collector's chest, leaving a gaping hole that quickly closed. The figure laughed, the sound echoing through the empty space. "You cannot kill what is already dead," it taunted. Daniels fired again, this time aiming for the head. The impact knocked the bone collector back, but it didn't fall. Its hollow eyes glowed with an eerie light, its grin widening. Panic surged through Daniels as he realized the futility of his efforts. He stepped back, his mind racing. If bullets couldn't stop it, what could? The pendant in his hand pulsed, the runes shifting into a new pattern. He glanced at it, the glow intensifying. The bone collector tilted its head, its gaze fixed on the pendant. "You're learning," it whispered. "But it's too late." Daniels felt a sudden surge of energy, the pendant's warmth spreading through his body. He clenched his fist, the runes glowing brighter than ever. The bone collector stepped closer, its skeletal frame illuminated by the light. Daniels didn't think he acted. He lunged forward, the pendant held out like a weapon. The bone collector's grin faltered as the pendant's light enveloped it. The figure let out a raspy scream, its skeletal frame twisting and contorting. Daniels felt the energy surging through him, the pendant's power overwhelming his senses. The bone collector's form began to dissolve, its hollow eyes filled with rage. "This isn't over," it hissed, its voice fading into the darkness. The light from the pendant dimmed, the church falling into silence once more. Daniel stood there, his chest heaving as he tried to process what had just happened. The bone collector was gone at least for now, but he knew it wasn't truly over. The pendant in his hand grew cold, the runes fading into obscurity. He glanced around the church, the shadows seeming to close in around him. He needed answers, and he needed them fast. The library was musty, the shelves lined with books that hadn't been touched in decades. Sheriff Daniels stood in the center of the room, the pendant in his hand glowing faintly. He'd come here hoping to find answers, anything that could help him understand the bone collector's origins. The librarian, an elderly woman with sharp eyes, watched him from behind the counter. "You're looking for the old legends," she said, her voice low. Daniels nodded, his gaze scanning the shelves. "Anything that might help me stop this." The old woman hesitated before stepping out from behind the counter. She moved with surprising agility, her fingers trailing along the spines of the books. "The bone collector is an old tale," she said. "One that's been passed down for generations. Most people dismiss it as superstition, but you've seen it, haven't you?" Daniels glanced at her, his expression grim. "I've seen enough to know it's real." The woman nodded, pulling a dusty tome from the shelf. She handed it to him, the cover worn and faded. "This is all we have. It's a collection of local legends, transcribed by my grandfather. The bone collector is mentioned here, though I can't say how much truth there is to it." Daniels took the book, the pendant in his hand growing warmer. "Thank you," he said, his voice heavy with gratitude. The woman watched him, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and curiosity. "Be careful, Sheriff. The bone collector doesn't take kindly to those who interfere." He found a table in the corner, the pendant resting beside him as he opened the book. The pages were yellowed, the ink faded with age. He flipped through them, his eyes scanning the text. It was written in an old-fashioned script, the language difficult to decipher. He paused on a page where the word "bone collector" was scrawled in bold letters. His heart raced as he began to read, the pendant's glow intensifying as he delved deeper into the text. The book spoke of a man who had lived centuries ago, a man obsessed with death and decay. He had studied the dead, collecting their bones in an attempt to understand the nature of mortality. Over time, his obsession consumed him, driving him to madness. In his desperation, he made a pact with a dark force, trading his soul for immortality. The bone collector was born a cursed being doomed to wander the earth, collecting bones to sustain its unnatural existence. Daniel's mind raced, the pieces of the puzzle slowly coming together. The bone collector was bound to the pendant, the artifact serving as a conduit for its power. But there was more. The book mentioned a ritual, a way to sever the connection and banish the bone collector for good. He leaned closer, his eyes fixed on the text. The ritual required specific items, each tied to the bone collector's cursed existence. He copied the instructions into his notebook, his hands trembling with excitement. Finally, he had something to work with. The pendant beside him pulsed, the runes shifting into a new pattern. He glanced at it, the glow casting an eerie light on the page. The bone collector was out there, and he was closer than ever to stopping it. But he knew it wouldn't be easy. As he closed the book, the librarian approached, her expression serious. "Did you find what you were looking for?" she asked. Daniels nodded, his voice low. "Enough to give me a fighting chance." The woman hesitated before speaking again. "There's something you should know. The bone collector isn't just after physical bones, it's after souls. Every victim's soul is bound to it, trapped in its endless cycle of death and decay." Daniels frowned, the weight of her words settling over him. "Is there a way to free them?" The woman shook her head, her eyes filled with sadness. "I don't know. But if you succeed in banishing the bone collector, perhaps its hold on the souls will be broken." Daniels nodded, his resolve hardening. He couldn't just stop the bone collector, he had to save its victims as well. He left the library, the pendant in his pocket and the notebook in his hand. The sun was setting, the sky painted in hues of orange and red. The streets were quiet, the town on edge. He knew the bone collector was watching, waiting for its chance to strike. But he was ready. He had a plan, and he wasn't going to let anyone else fall victim to the cursed being. As he walked toward the station, the pendant grew warm, the runes pulsing faintly. He paused, glancing over his shoulder. The shadows seemed to shift, the air growing colder. The bone collector was close, he could feel it. But he wasn't afraid. He had the knowledge he needed, and he was going to put an end to this nightmare. The old mill stood at the edge of the woods, its weathered walls and broken windows a testament to years of neglect. The wind howled through the structure, carrying with it the faint scent of rot. Sheriff Daniels approached cautiously, the pendant in his hand glowing brighter with each step. The instructions from the book had led him here, to a place that seemed as cursed as the bone collector itself. The mill was said to hold one of the items needed for the ritual, a bone carved with ancient runes. He pushed open the creaking door, the hinges groaning in protest. The interior was dark, the air thick with dust and decay. Daniels stepped inside, his flashlight cutting through the gloom. The walls were covered in strange symbols, their meaning lost to time. The pendant's glow illuminated the space, casting eerie shadows on the floor. He moved cautiously, his boots crunching against the debris. The mill felt alive, its very structure pulsating with an unnatural energy. A sound echoed through the space, a low, guttural growl that sent chills down his spine. Daniels froze, his hand instinctively reaching for his gun. The growl grew louder, closer, and he realized it was coming from above. He pointed his flashlight toward the ceiling, its beam illuminating a figure crouched in the rafters. The bone collector's hollow eyes stared down at him, its skeletal frame barely visible in the dim light. Daniel's heart raced, his finger hovering over the trigger. "You're persistent, Sheriff," the bone collector hissed, its voice a raspy whisper that sent shivers down his spine. "But you cannot stop what is inevitable." Daniels tightened his grip on the pendant, its warmth spreading through his hand. "I'm not trying to stop the inevitable, I'm trying to end it," he growled. The bone collector chuckled, the sound dry and hollow. "We'll see," it said, before leaping from the rafters with inhuman speed. Daniels fired, the shot echoing through the mill. The bullet struck the bone collector's shoulder, knocking it off balance. It landed in a crouch, its hollow eyes glowing with an eerie light. The pendant in Daniel's hand pulsed, the runes shifting into a new pattern. He stepped back, his mind racing. If bullets couldn't stop it, he needed to rely on the pendant's power. The bone collector lunged, with skeletal fingers curling into claws. Daniels dodged, the pendant's glow intensifying as he focused his will. The bone collector hissed, its form twisting and contorting as the light enveloped it. Daniels pressed the pendant forward, the runes glowing brighter than ever. The bone collector let out a raspy scream, its hollow eyes filled with rage. "You cannot banish me," it roared, its voice echoing through the mill. Daniels clenched his fist, the pendant's warmth surging through him. He focused on the ritual, the knowledge he'd gained from the book guiding his actions. The bone collector's form began to dissolve, its skeletal frame disintegrating under the pendant's light. "This isn't over," it hissed, its voice fading into the darkness. The light dimmed, the mill falling into silence once more. Daniel stood there, his chest heaving as he tried to process what had just happened. The bone collector was gone for now, but he knew it wasn't truly over. He glanced around the mill, the shadows seeming to close in around him. He needed to find the bone, the item that would help him complete the ritual. He moved through the mill, his flashlight cutting through the gloom. The walls were covered in strange symbols, their meaning lost to time. The pendant's glow illuminated the space, casting eerie shadows on the floor. He searched every corner, every nook, until he finally found it, a small bone carved with ancient runes, resting on a makeshift altar. He picked it up, the pendant's glow intensifying as he held it. The runes on the bone matched those on the pendant, their meaning slowly becoming clear. He had what he needed. Now, it was time to prepare for the final confrontation. As he left the mill, the pendant in his pocket and the bone in his hand, he felt a sense of determination. The bone collector was out there, watching, waiting. But Daniels was ready. He had the knowledge, the items, and the will to see this through. The town's cemetery was eerily silent, graves illuminated by the pale glow of the moon. Sheriff Daniels stood at the entrance, the pendant and the carved bone in hand. The ritual required a sacred place, a spot where the veil between the living and the dead was thinnest. The cemetery fit the description perfectly. He stepped inside, the air thick with the scent of earth and decay. The pendant's glow intensified, the runes shifting into a pattern that seemed to guide him forward. He moved through the rows of graves, his boots crunching against the gravel path. The shadows seemed to shift around him, the wind carrying faint whispers that sent chills down his spine. He reached the center of the cemetery, where an old, weathered tombstone stood. The inscription was faded, but the name was still legible, Elias Crane. Daniels didn't know who Elias Crane was, but he had a feeling the tombstone was significant. He set the bone on the ground, the pendant beside it. The runes on both artifacts glowed in unison, their light casting eerie shadows on the tombstone. Daniels took a deep breath, his mind focused on the ritual. He began to chant the words he'd memorized from the book, his voice low and steady. The air around him grew colder, the wind howling through the cemetery. The pendant's glow intensified, the runes shifting into a new pattern. The ground beneath him began to tremble, the earth cracking open as the bone collector's form emerged from the depths. Its hollow eyes glowed with an eerie light, its skeletal frame twisting and contorting as it stepped forward. "You cannot banish me, Sheriff," it hissed, its voice a raspy whisper that sent shivers down Daniel's spine. "I am eternal. I am inevitable." Daniels clenched his fist, the pendant's warmth surging through him. He continued to chant, his voice growing louder as the pendant's glow enveloped him. The bone collector hissed, its form beginning to dissolve under the light. "You are bound by this cursed artifact," Daniels growled, his voice filled with determination. and I will see you destroyed." The bone collector let out a raspy scream, its hollow eyes filled with rage. The light from the pendant grew brighter, the runes shifting into a pattern that seemed to bind the bone collector's form. The creature twisted and contorted, its skeletal frame disintegrating under the intense glow. "This isn't over," it hissed, its voice fading into the darkness. The light dimmed, the cemetery falling into silence once more. Daniel stood there, his chest heaving as he tried to process what had just happened. The bone collector was gone for now, but he knew it wasn't truly over. He picked up the pendant and the bone, the runes on both artifacts fading into obscurity. He needed to complete the ritual, to sever the bone collector's connection to this world once and for all. As he left the cemetery, the town seemed quieter than ever. The streets were empty, the air thick with an unnatural stillness. He knew the bone collector was still out there, watching, waiting. But he was ready. He had the knowledge, the items, and the will to see this through. The pendant in his pocket grew warm, the runes pulsing faintly. He paused, glancing over his shoulder. The shadows seemed to shift, the air growing colder. The bone collector was close, he could feel it. But he wasn't afraid. He had a plan, and he was going to put an end to this nightmare. The old chapel on the hill was a relic from another time, its stone walls weathered and its wooden beams cracked. Sheriff Daniels approached slowly, the pendant and the carved bone in hand. The final stage of the ritual required a place of both sanctity and darkness, a space where the lines between the living and the dead blurred. The chapel, abandoned for decades, seemed to fit the description perfectly. Its iron gates creaked open as if inviting him in, though the air around it felt heavy with warning. He stepped inside, the interior bathed in the dim light of the setting sun filtering through broken stained glass windows. The pews were overturned, the altar cracked down the middle. Dust clung to every surface, and the scent of mildew was overwhelming. The pendant in his hand pulsed faintly, the runes shifting to match the energy of the chapel. Daniels moved cautiously, his boots echoing on the stone floor. The air grew colder with each step, and whispers seemed to rise from the shadows. At the center of the chapel, he found a circle of faded symbols carved into the floor. The patterns matched those on the pendant and the bone, their meaning clear. This was the place, the final stage of the ritual. He set the bone within the circle, the pendant beside it, and stepped back. The whispers grew louder, the shadows seeming to gather around him. He took a deep breath, his mind focused on the task ahead. He began to chant the words from the book, his voice steady and unwavering. The air around him seemed to ripple, the pendant's glow intensifying as the runes shifted into a new pattern. The chapel trembled, the walls groaning as if resisting the energy building within. The shadows deepened, their forms twisting and writhing in the corners. Daniel's voice grew louder, the pendant's warmth surging through him. The bone collector emerged from the darkness, its skeletal frame glowing with an eerie light. Its hollow eyes fixed on Daniel's, its jagged teeth bared in a grin. "This is your last stand, Sheriff," it hissed, its voice a raspy whisper that sent chills down his spine. "And it will be your last mistake." Daniels tightened his grip on the pendant, the runes pulsing with a light that seemed to repel the creature. "We'll see about that," Daniels growled, his voice filled with determination. He stepped forward, the pendant held out like a weapon. The bone collector hissed, its form twisting and contorting as the light enveloped it. The chapel seemed to come alive, the walls pulsating with an unnatural energy. Daniels continued to chant, the pendant's glow growing brighter with each word. The bone collector let out a raspy scream, its hollow eyes filled with rage. "You cannot banish me," it roared, its voice echoing through the chapel. The light from the pendant intensified, the runes shifting into a pattern that bound the creature's form. The chapel trembled, the stone cracking as the energy surged. Daniels clenched his fist, the warmth surging through him as he focused all his will on the ritual. The bone collector's form began to dissolve, its skeletal frame disintegrating under the intense glow. "This isn't over," it hissed, its voice fading into the darkness. The light dimmed, the chapel falling into silence once more. Daniel stood there, his chest heaving as he tried to process what had just happened. The bone collector was gone, but he knew the fight wasn't over. He picked up the pendant and the bone, the runes on both artifacts fading into obscurity. The chapel around him seemed to exhale, the air growing warmer as the shadows receded. Daniels took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. He had completed the ritual, but he knew the bone collector's essence still lingered, tied to the cursed pendant. As he stepped outside, the moon hung high in the sky, its light casting long shadows across the hill. The town below was quiet, the streets empty and still. Daniels felt the pendant's warmth in his pocket, its presence a constant reminder of the battle he had fought. He knew the bone collector was still out there, watching, waiting. But he was ready. The storm rolled in with a vengeance, the sky darkening as thunder echoed across the horizon. Sheriff Daniels stood at the edge of the forest, the pendant in his hand glowing faintly. This was it, the final confrontation. The ritual had weakened the bone collector, but it wasn't enough. He needed to destroy the source of its power, to sever its connection to this world once and for all. The pendant was the key, and Daniels was determined to see this through. He stepped into the forest, the trees bending under the force of the wind. The air was thick with the scent of rain, the ground soft beneath his boots. The pendant's glow guided him forward, the runes shifting into a pattern that seemed to lead him deeper into the woods. The whispers returned, faint and indistinct, but growing louder with each step. He clutched the pendant tighter, its warmth a reminder of the power it held. The forest grew darker, the trees closing in around him. The wind howled, carrying with it the faint sound of laughter. The bone collector was here, watching, waiting. Daniels moved cautiously, his flashlight cutting through the gloom. The pendant's glow illuminated the path ahead, casting eerie shadows on the forest floor. He could feel the bone collector's presence, its energy pulsing in the air around him. A figure emerged from the shadows, its skeletal frame glowing with an eerie light. The bone collector's hollow eyes fixed on Daniels, its jagged teeth bared in a grin. "You've come far, Sheriff," it hissed, its voice a raspy whisper that sent chills down his spine. "But this is where your journey ends." Daniels tightened his grip on the pendant, the runes pulsing with a light that seemed to repel the creature. "We'll see about that," Daniels growled, his voice filled with determination. He stepped forward, the pendant held out like a weapon. The bone collector hissed, its form twisting and contorting as the light enveloped it. The forest around them seemed to come alive, the trees pulsating with an unnatural energy. Daniels focused all his will on the pendant, the runes shifting into a pattern that bound the creature's form. The bone collector let out a raspy scream, its hollow eyes filled with rage. "You cannot destroy me," it roared, its voice echoing through the forest. The light from the pendant intensified, the runes glowing brighter than ever. The trees trembled, their branches cracking as the energy surged. Daniels clenched his fist, the warmth surging through him as he focused all his will on the pendant. The bone collector's form began to dissolve, its skeletal frame disintegrating under the intense glow. "This isn't over," it hissed, its voice fading into the darkness. The light dimmed, the forest falling into silence once more. Daniel stood there, his chest heaving as he tried to process what had just happened. The bone collector was gone, but he knew the fight wasn't over. He looked down at the pendant in his hand, the runes fading into obscurity. The storm above began to clear, the first rays of sunlight breaking through the clouds. Daniels took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. He had faced the bone collector and emerged victorious, but he knew the pendant's power could still be a danger. As he made his way back to town, the forest seemed to exhale, the air growing warmer as the shadows receded. The streets were quiet, the town beginning to awaken from its long, dark slumber. Daniels felt the pendant's warmth in his pocket, its presence a constant reminder of the battle he had fought. He knew the bone collector's essence still lingered, tied to the cursed artifact. He reached the station, the sun rising high in the sky. The town was safe for now. But Daniels knew the fight wasn't truly over. The pendant's power was still a threat, and he needed to find a way to destroy it. He took a deep breath, his resolve hardening. He had faced the bone collector and won, but the battle for the pendant was just beginning. The pendant's warmth pulsed faintly, the runes shifting into a new pattern. Daniels glanced at it, the glow casting an eerie light on the desk. He knew the bone collector's influence still lingered, tied to the cursed artifact. But he was ready. He had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, and he was determined to see this through to the end. The skinwalker's canvas. The rain fell in relentless sheets, drumming against the cracked pavement of the deserted town square. Detective Elena Graves stepped out of her car, the glow of streetlights casting long, wavering shadows across the scene. Ahead, a small crowd of officers huddled beneath plastic tarps, their voices muted by the storm. Elena pulled her coat tighter, the chill in the air cutting through her like a blade. She approached cautiously, her eyes scanning the bizarre tableau before her. At the center of the square stood a wooden post, its surface weathered and splintered, and atop it rested a grotesque mask, its features eerily lifelike in the pale light. The mask was made of human skin, stretched and molded with horrifying precision. The eyelids were sewn shut, the lips stitched into a faint, mocking smile. Elena's stomach churned as she leaned closer, noting the faint whiff of preservatives mingling with the metallic tang of blood. The skin was flawless, free of blemishes, suggesting the killer had taken great care in its removal. Her gloved hand hovered over it, the urge to touch it warring with her revulsion. She stepped back, her mind racing. Who could do something like this? And why display it so publicly? The mask wasn't just a trophy. It was a statement, a ghastly proclamation of the killer's intent. The officers parted as she approached, their faces pale and drawn. One of them, a rookie named Carter, looked like he might be sick. "We've cordoned off the area, Detective," he said, his voice trembling. "But we've got no idea who the victim is yet. The mask, it's just skin. No blood, no tissue underneath. It's like they just peeled it off." Elena nodded, her gaze returning to the mask. The killer's precision was unsettling, their craftsmanship almost artistic in its grotesquerie. She could feel the weight of the officers' stares, their desperation for answers she didn't yet have. The rain continued to fall, the sound deafening in the heavy silence. A forensic technician handed her a photo of the scene before the mask was removed. The wooden post was carved with a strange symbol, a spiral surrounded by jagged lines, its edges sharp and deliberate. Elena frowned, the design stirring something in her memory. She'd seen it before, though she couldn't place where. "We're running it through the database," the technician said, but Elena doubted they'd find a match. The symbol felt ancient, primal, as though it belonged to a time long forgotten. She took a deep breath, the air thick with the scent of rain and decay. The killer wasn't just a murderer, they were a storyteller, weaving a narrative she didn't yet understand. Back at the station, Elena pored over the initial reports. The mask had been discovered just before dawn by a jogger, who'd mistaken it for a Halloween decoration until she got closer. The victim's identity remained a mystery, but the forensic team was working to extract DNA from the skin. Elena's desk was cluttered with notes and photos, the killer's work taunting her from every angle. She felt a growing sense of urgency, a gnawing fear that this was only the beginning. The mask was too deliberate, too theatrical to be a one-off. The killer wanted attention, wanted to be seen. But why? What were they trying to achieve? The rain had stopped by the time she left the station, the streets glistening in the pale light of dawn. Elena drove to the town square, now empty except for a few officers securing the scene. The mask was gone, but the post remained, its carved symbol stark against the weathered wood. She knelt beside it, running her fingers over the grooves. They were deep, the work of someone with steady hands and a clear purpose. She pulled out her phone and snapped a photo, vowing to research the symbol as soon as she got back to her desk. The killer's message was there, etched into the wood, waiting to be deciphered. As she stood, a sudden chill ran down her spine, the sensation of being watched prickling at her skin. She turned, scanning the square, but it was empty. The windows of the surrounding buildings were dark, their curtains drawn. Still, the feeling persisted, a weight pressing against her chest. She shook it off, attributing it to exhaustion and the horrors of the case, but deep down, she knew better. The killer was out there, watching, waiting, their next move already planned. She climbed into her car, her hands trembling as she gripped the steering wheel. The mask was just the beginning, a prelude to something far more sinister. At home, Elena poured herself a drink, the warm burn of whiskey doing little to calm her nerves. She sat at her kitchen table, the photo of the spiral symbol displayed on her laptop screen. She'd spent hours searching for its meaning, but every lead had turned to dead ends. The symbol felt alive, its twisting lines pulsating with an energy that made her skin crawl. She closed her laptop, the weight of the case pressing heavily on her shoulders. Sleep was out of the question, her mind racing with questions she couldn't answer. Who was the killer? What drove them to create something so horrifying? And most importantly, when would they strike again? The next morning, Elena returned to the station, her exhaustion masked by steely determination. The forensic team had identified the victim, Claire Miller, a 32-year-old artist who'd gone missing 3 days earlier. Elena reviewed Claire's file, her heart aching for the life that had been so brutally cut short. Claire's apartment was next on her list, a potential goldmine of clues she couldn't afford to overlook. She gathered her things, her thoughts swirling with a mix of dread and resolve. The killer had left a trail, however faint, and she was determined to follow it, no matter where it led. Claire's apartment was small but filled with life, its walls adorned with vibrant paintings and sketches. Elena moved through the space, her eyes drawn to a large canvas propped against the wall. It depicted a forest at night, the trees twisted and gnarled, their branches clawing at the sky. In the foreground was a shadowy figure, its face obscured but its posture menacing. Elena's breath caught in her throat. It was as though Claire had painted her own nightmare, foreshadowing the horrors to come. She stepped closer, her fingers brushing the edge of the canvas. The killer's presence loomed in the room, their influence tainting everything they touched. As she searched the apartment, Elena found a stack of books on Native American folklore, one titled Legends of the Skinwalkers. She flipped through its pages, her pulse quickening as she read about shape-shifting witches who wore the skins of their victims to become something other than human. The parallels were impossible to ignore: the masks, the removal of skin, the public display. But the book emphasized that these stories were sacred, not to be taken lightly or misrepresented. Elena's mind raced. Was the killer drawing inspiration from these legends, or were they mocking them? Either way, the implications were chilling. Returning to the station, Elena briefed the team on her findings. "This isn't just a serial killer," she said, her voice steady despite the unease gnawing at her. "They're an artist, a storyteller. Everything they do is deliberate. from the masks to the carvings. It's like they're trying to create a narrative, but we're not seeing the full picture yet. Her words hung in the air, the weight of the case pressing down on everyone in the room. The killer's game was just beginning, and Elena knew they were running out of time. The next move would be even more horrifying, and she had to be ready. The call came in at dawn, jolting Elena from a restless sleep. Another body had been found, this one in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. She dressed quickly, her hands trembling as she buttoned her coat. The rain had returned, a steady drizzle that blurred the world outside her window as she drove to the scene. The warehouse loomed ahead, its rusted metal walls sagging under the weight of decades of neglect. A cluster of police cars surrounded the building, their lights flashing in the pale morning light. Elena parked and stepped out, her stomach already churning with dread. Inside, the air was thick with the stench of decay, a foul mixture of mildew and something far worse. The warehouse was cavernous, its high ceilings lost in shadow. In the center of the space, a single beam of light from a broken skylight illuminated a grotesque tableau. The victim, a man in his mid-40s, hung from the ceiling by hooks embedded in his flesh, his body skinned from head to toe. The raw muscle and sinew glistened in the light, a macabre sculpture of suffering. Elena's breath caught in her throat, the sight so horrifying that for a moment she couldn't move. This was no longer just about masks. The killer's brutality had escalated. The scene was eerily silent, the only sound the faint drip of water from the skylight above. The forensic team worked cautiously, their faces pale beneath their masks. Elena stepped closer, her eyes drawn to the positioning of the body. The man's arms were outstretched, his fingers splayed as though reaching for something. Around him, candles burned in a perfect circle, their flickering light casting eerie shadows on the walls. Elena's mind raced. This was a ritual, a carefully choreographed display of violence meant to convey something she didn't yet understand. The killer was no longer hiding their intentions. They were shouting them for the world to see. In the corner of the room, she noticed a small object lying on the floor. It was a piece of parchment, rolled tightly and tied with a strip of leather. Elena knelt to examine it, her gloved hands trembling as she untied the knot. The message inside was written in neat, deliberate handwriting. The skin is the canvas, the soul the paint. The transformation begins. Her heart pounded as she read the words, her mind racing to comprehend their meaning. Transformation? Was the killer trying to become something else, or were they simply mocking the idea? Whatever their goal, it was clear they were playing a dangerous game, and Elena was just one piece on the board. She handed the note to Marcus, who frowned as he read it. "This is beyond anything I've seen," he said, his voice low. "They're not just killing people, they're using them for some kind of ritual. What the hell are we dealing with here?" Elena shook her head, her gaze returning to the skinned body. "I don't know," she admitted, "but we're running out of time. They're escalating, and we're barely keeping up." The weight of the case pressed heavily on her shoulders, a constant reminder of the lives at stake. They needed answers, and they needed them fast. As the forensic team continued their work, Elena examined the warehouse for additional clues. The walls were covered in graffiti, most of it old and faded, but one symbol stood out, the same spiral surrounded by jagged lines she'd seen at the first crime scene. It was painted in what appeared to be blood, its edges smeared but still unmistakable. Elena stared at it, the symbol seeming to pulse with an otherworldly energy. It was a message, signpost pointing towards something darker and more profound than she could imagine. The killer was leaving breadcrumbs, drawing her deeper into their twisted narrative. Back at the station, Elena reviewed the victim's file. His name was Daniel Carter, a local electrician who'd vanished 2 days earlier. He had no connection to Claire Miller, the first victim, but Elena knew that didn't matter. The killer was selecting their targets for a reason, one that went beyond random chance. She wondered if Daniel, like Claire, had been chosen for something specific, something tied to the killer's ritualistic motives. The thought sent a chill down her spine. If there was a pattern, she needed to find it before another life was lost. That night, Elena returned to her desk, the spiral symbol sketched on a piece of paper in front of her. She had spent hours researching its possible meanings, but nothing concrete had emerged. It felt like chasing a ghost, the answers always just out of reach. She leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her. The case was taking a toll, the weight of the killer's atrocities gnawing at her sanity. She couldn't afford to falter, not when lives depended on her. But how do you stop someone who believes they're becoming something more than human? The next morning, Elena visited Daniel's home, hoping to find clues the killer might have left behind. The house was modest, its walls lined with family photos and mementos of a life cut short. She moved through the space slowly, her eyes scanning for anything out of place. In the basement, she found a workbench covered in tools and spare parts, but one item caught her attention: a small, hand-carved wooden statue of a wolf. Its eyes were hollow, its mouth open in a silent howl. Elena picked it up, her fingers tracing the intricate details. Was this a clue, or just a coincidence? She couldn't be sure, but it felt significant. Later, as she sat in her car, the wolf statue beside her, Elena's thoughts turned to the skinwalker legends she'd been researching. The idea of transformation, of shedding one's humanity to become something else, seemed to resonate with the killer's actions. But was it possible for someone to truly believe they could become a skinwalker? Or was this all just a facade, a way to justify their atrocities? She didn't know, but the questions haunted her, their answers buried somewhere in the killer's twisted mind. She started the car, her resolve hardening. No matter how deep she had to go, she would find the truth. The station was bustling when she returned, the tension palpable as the team worked to piece together the case. Marcus approached her, holding a file. "We've got a lead," he said, his voice tinged with urgency. A witness reported seeing a suspicious van near the warehouse the night before the body was found. "We're running the plates now." Elena nodded, a flicker of hope igniting in her chest. It was the first real break they'd gotten, and she clung to it like a lifeline. But even as she focused on the lead, the spiral symbol lingered in the back of her mind, its meaning still shrouded in darkness. As the day wore on, Elena couldn't shake the feeling that the killer was watching, their presence a shadow just beyond her sight. The mask, the skinned body, the ritualistic displays, it all felt like part of a larger plan, one she was only beginning to understand. She returned to her desk, the spiral symbol staring back at her like a challenge. The killer was out there, their next move already planned, and Elena knew she had to stay one step ahead. The darkness was closing in, and if she wasn't careful, it would consume her too. The air in the local library was thick with the scent of old paper and dust, the silence broken only by the faint rustle of pages being turned. Elena sat at a wooden table, a stack of books on Native American folklore spread out before her. The spiral symbol had led her here, its cryptic presence haunting every step of the investigation. She opened the first book, its pages brittle with age, and began to read about the Navajo legends of the Skinwalker. The tales spoke of witches who could shapeshift into animals, their powers gained through dark rituals and the shedding of their humanity. The more she read, the more the parallels to the killer's actions became impossible to ignore. The Skinwalker was said to wear the skin of its victims, taking on their form to move undetected through the world. It was a creature of deception, its true nature hidden beneath a mask of humanity. Elena's hands trembled as she traced the descriptions in the book, her mind racing with the implications. Could the killer believe they were becoming a skinwalker? Or were they simply using the legend as a framework for their atrocities? The idea of someone believing they could transform into a monster was both terrifying and perplexing, a level of delusion that defied comprehension. One passage in particular caught her attention. The skinwalker's transformation was said to begin with the shedding of one's own skin, a symbolic act of discarding humanity to embrace the beast within. Elena's breath hitched as she read the words, her thoughts immediately turning to the skinned bodies left behind by the killer. Was this their way of initiating some kind of transformation? The thought sent a chill down her spine, the idea of someone believing in such a ritual both horrifying and fascinating. She closed the book, her mind swirling with questions she couldn't answer. As she left the library, the weight of the legend pressed heavily on her shoulders. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the empty streets, and Elena couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. She glanced over her shoulder, her eyes scanning the dimly lit sidewalks, but there was no one there. Still, the sensation lingered, a prickling at the back of her neck that made her quicken her pace. The killer was out there, their presence a constant shadow just beyond her sight, and the deeper she delved into their motives, the more unsettling the case became. Back at the station, Elena found Marcus poring over the latest forensic reports. "Anything useful?" he asked, looking up as she entered. She nodded, placing the books on the table. The spiral symbol is tied to Native American folklore, specifically the Skinwalker legend. It's all about transformation, shedding one's humanity to become something else. Marcus frowned, his brow furrowed in thought. So, the killer thinks they're turning into a skinwalker? That's insane. Elena sighed, running a hand through her hair. Insane or not, it's guiding their actions. We need to figure out how to stop someone who believes they're becoming a monster. As they worked, Elena's thoughts kept returning to the legend. The idea of transformation, of shedding one's identity to embrace something darker, resonated in ways she didn't want to admit. She wondered about the killer's past, the events that had led them down this path. Was it trauma, insanity, or something else entirely? The questions gnawed at her, their answers buried somewhere in the labyrinth of the killer's mind. She glanced at the whiteboard, the photos of the victims staring back at her, their faces haunting reminders of the lives that had been lost. Later that evening, Elena found herself driving to the edge of town, the forest looming ahead in the darkness. She parked her car and stepped out, the cold night air biting at her skin. The spiral symbol had appeared in the forest before, carved into trees and rocks, and she hoped to find some clue there. She moved cautiously, her flashlight cutting through the oppressive blackness, the trees casting long, twisted shadows. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant animal calls, the atmosphere thick with an almost palpable sense of foreboding. As she walked, Elena's thoughts turned to the victims, their faces etched into her memory. Claire, the artist whose life had been cut short just as her career was taking off. Daniel, the electrician who had been a pillar of his community. Both had been stripped of their identities, their lives reduced to raw material for the killer's twisted art. The injustice of it all burned in her chest, a fire that fueled her determination. She would find the killer, no matter how deep into the darkness she had to go, and she would make them answer for what they had done. In the heart of the forest, she found what she was looking for, the spiral symbol carved into the trunk of a massive oak tree. The lines were deep and precise, the symbol radiating an almost otherworldly energy. Elena reached out to touch it, her fingers trailing over the grooves, and a sudden sense of unease washed over her. The forest seemed to close in around her, the shadows thickening as though the very trees were alive and watching. She stepped back, her heart pounding, the feeling of being watched more intense than ever. The killer's presence was here, their influence permeating the very air she breathed. As she left the forest, the weight of the case pressed heavily on her shoulders. The legend of the Skinwalker was more than just a story. It was a lens through which the killer viewed the world, a framework for their atrocities. Elena knew she had to understand it if she was going to stop them, but the deeper she delved, the more unsettling it became. The line between reality and myth was blurring, the killer's actions shrouded in a darkness that defied logic. She climbed into her car, her hands trembling as she gripped the steering wheel. The answers were out there, waiting to be found, but at what cost? Back at home, Elena sat at her desk, the spiral symbol sketched on a piece of paper in front of her. She stared at it, her mind racing with the possibilities. Was the killer truly trying to become a skinwalker, or were they simply using the legend as a justification for their actions? The distinction mattered, but the result was the same. Innocent lives were being lost, and she had to stop it. She leaned back in her chair, the weight of exhaustion pressing on her eyelids, but sleep felt like a distant luxury. The case was consuming her, its tendrils wrapping around her thoughts and refusing to let go. As the night deepened, Elena's thoughts turned to the killer's next move. The ritualistic displays had escalated with each victim, the brutality becoming more pronounced. If the pattern held, the next crime would be even more horrifying, a step closer to whatever the killer believed they were becoming. Elena's jaw tightened, her resolve hardening. She wouldn't let it happen. She would find the killer, unravel their twisted narrative, and put an end to the nightmare. But as she closed her eyes, the spiral symbol lingered in her mind, its meaning still shrouded in darkness, a reminder of the unknown horrors yet to come. The call came in just after midnight, the voice on the other end frantic and breathless. A hiker had stumbled upon something in the woods, something that made him flee in terror. Elena was already dressed and out the door before the dispatcher could finish speaking, her heart pounding in her chest. The forest loomed ahead, its shadowy depths swallowing the faint glow of her headlights. She parked her car and stepped out, the cold night air biting at her skin. The woods were eerily silent, the usual chorus of nocturnal creatures absent, as though the forest itself was holding its breath. She followed the trail marked by the responding officers, their flashlights cutting through the oppressive darkness. The path was narrow, the trees closing in around her, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky. The air grew colder as she walked, the chill seeping into her bones, and she tightened her coat around her. The officers ahead paused, their silhouettes tense and wary, and Elena knew they'd reached the site. She stepped forward, her breath catching in her throat as she took in the scene. A clearing stretched before her, its center dominated by a circle of stones, their surfaces smooth and blackened by fire. Inside the circle was a grotesque tableau, a carefully arranged display of bones and skulls, their empty eye sockets staring blankly into the night. The remains were human, their identities unknown, but their placement spoke of deliberate intent. At the center of the circle was an altar, its surface stained with dried blood, and atop it lay another mask, its features twisted into a grotesque grin. Elena's stomach churned as she approached, her flashlight illuminating the details. The mask was made of human skin, it seems nearly invisible, its craftsmanship horrifyingly precise. The killer's work was becoming more elaborate, their rituals more refined. She knelt beside the altar, her gloved hands trembling as she examined the mask. The skin was flawless, the victim's identity stripped away, reduced to a macabre work of art. Around the altar were candles, their wicks burned down to stubs, the remnants of a recent ritual. Elena's mind raced. What kind of person could do this? What drove them to such depths of darkness? The questions haunted her, their answers buried somewhere in the killer's twisted psyche. She stood, her gaze sweeping the clearing, and noticed something carved into the trunk of a nearby tree. The spiral symbol, its lines deep and deliberate. The symbol seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, its presence sending a shiver down her spine. Elena approached cautiously, her flashlight illuminating the intricate details. The lines were precise, the edges sharp, as though carved with a blade honed to perfection. She traced the grooves with her fingers, the sensation sending a jolt of unease through her. The symbol was a message, a signpost pointing towards something darker and more profound than she could imagine. The killer was leaving breadcrumbs, drawing her deeper into their twisted narrative, and she couldn't shake the feeling that she was walking into a trap. As the forensic team arrived and began their work, Elena moved to the edge of the clearing, her thoughts swirling with the implications of the sight. The ritual had been performed recently, the candles still warm to the touch, and she wondered if the killer had been here watching as she approached. The idea sent a chill through her, the sensation of being watched more intense than ever. She scanned the trees, their shadows thick and impenetrable, but there was no sign of movement. The forest was silent, its stillness oppressive, as though it was hiding something just beyond her sight. She returned to the altar, her eyes drawn to the mask. It was a trophy, a symbol of the killer's power, but it was also a warning. The killer was escalating, their movements becoming more brazen, and Elena knew they were running out of time. The next victim could be anyone, their fate sealed by the killer's insatiable need for transformation. She clenched her fists, her resolve hardening. She would find the killer, no matter how deep into the darkness she had to go, and she would put an end to their madness. But even as she made the vow, the spiral symbol lingered in her mind, its meaning still shrouded in mystery. Back at the station, Elena briefed the team on the ritual site, her voice steady despite the unease gnawing at her. "The killer's rituals are becoming more elaborate," she said, her gaze sweeping the room. "They're leaving messages, symbols, and they're escalating with each victim. We need to figure out their next move before they strike again." The weight of her words hung in the air, the gravity of the case pressing heavily on everyone in the room. The killer was out there, their presence a shadow just beyond their reach, and the stakes were higher than ever. As the team worked, Elena returned to her desk, the spiral symbol sketched on a piece of paper in front of her. She stared at it, her mind racing with the possibilities. The symbol was a key, a clue to the killer's motives, but its meaning remained elusive. She pulled out the book on skinwalker legends and flipped through its pages, searching for answers. The more she read, the more the parallels between the legend and the killer's actions became impossible to ignore. Was the killer truly trying to become a skinwalker, or were they simply using the legend as a framework for their atrocities? The questions gnawed at her, their answers buried somewhere in the labyrinth of the killer's mind. Later that evening, Elena found herself driving to the edge of town again, the forest looming ahead in the darkness. She parked her car and stepped out, the cold night air biting at her skin. The ritual site had left her with more questions than answers, and she hoped to find some clue that had been overlooked. She moved cautiously, her flashlight cutting through the oppressive blackness, the trees casting long, twisted shadows. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant animal calls, the atmosphere thick with an almost palpable sense of foreboding. As she walked, Elena's thoughts turned to the victims, their faces etched into her memory. Claire, Daniel, and now the unidentified remains at the ritual site all had been stripped of their humanity, their lives reduced to raw material for the killer's twisted art. The injustice of it all burned in her chest, a fire that fueled her determination. She would find the killer, unravel their twisted narrative, and put an end to the nightmare. But as she stepped into the clearing, the spiral symbol carved into the tree seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, its presence a reminder of the unknown horrors yet to come. The morning sun cast a pale, watery light over the town, its rays doing little to dispel the chill in the air. Elena sat at her desk, a cup of coffee clutched in her hands, her eyes bleary from lack of sleep. The case had consumed her, its tendrils wrapping around her thoughts and refusing to let go. The ritual site had yielded little in the way of concrete evidence, but the spiral symbol and the macabre displays were burned into her memory. She was about to dive back into the files when Marcus appeared at her door, his expression grim. "We've got a witness," he said, his voice low. someone who claims to have seen the killer. Elena was on her feet in an instant, the exhaustion momentarily forgotten. The witness was waiting in the interrogation room, a young woman with wide, fearful eyes and a shaking voice. Her name was Lisa, and she had been camping with friends near the forest when she'd seen something that made her flee in terror. "It was late," she began, her voice trembling. "We were sitting by the fire, and I went to get more wood. That's when I saw him." She hesitated, her hands clutching the edge of the table. He was standing at the edge of the trees, just watching us. At first, I thought he was just another camper, but then I saw the mask." Elena's pulse quickened, her mind racing. "What did the mask look like?" she asked, her voice steady despite the tension coiling in her chest. Lisa swallowed hard, her eyes darting around the room as though expecting the killer to appear at any moment. It was made of skin," she whispered. "Human skin. And it had these hollow eyes, like they were just staring right through me. I ran back to the campsite, and when I told my friends, we packed up and left. I don't know if he followed us, but I've been looking over my shoulder ever since." The fear in her voice was palpable, her recounting of the events painting a vivid picture of the killer's menace. Elena leaned forward, her gaze intense but reassuring. "You're safe now," she said, her tone firm. "Can you describe anything else about him? His height, build, anything that stood out?" Lisa hesitated, her brow furrowed in thought. "He was tall, maybe 6 feet or so, but it was hard to tell in the dark. He was wearing a long coat, and his movements were strange, like he wasn't quite human. And the way he stood, it was like he was waiting for something. I just froze, and then he took a step forward, and I ran." Her voice broke, the memory overwhelming her, and Elena gave her a moment to collect herself. The description was vague but chilling, the details aligning with the killer's known behavior. Elena thanked Lisa and assured her that the police would be in touch if they needed anything else. As the young woman left, Marcus stepped into the room, his expression thoughtful. "This is the first real lead we've had," he said, his voice tinged with cautious optimism. "If the killer was watching the campsite, maybe he's been using the forest as a hunting ground. We need to increase patrols and warn anyone camping in the area." Elena nodded, her mind already racing with the implications. The killer was becoming bolder, their presence more pronounced, and time was running out. Later that day, Elena returned to the forest, her movements cautious and deliberate. She retraced Lisa's steps, her flashlight cutting through the dense underbrush as she searched for any sign of the killer. The trees loomed overhead, their branches twisted and gnarled, the air thick with the scent of earth and decay. She found the campsite easily enough, the remnants of a fire still visible in the clearing, and began to search the surrounding area. Her eyes were drawn to a patch of disturbed earth near the edge of the trees, its surface littered with footprints. She knelt to examine them, her heart pounding as she realized they matched the description Lisa had given. The footprints were deep, the treads unmistakable, and led deeper into the forest. Elena followed them cautiously, her hand resting on the grip of her gun. The trail wound through the trees, the darkness pressing in around her, the silence broken only by the sound of her own breathing. She paused as the footprints ended abruptly in a small clearing, the ground strewn with leaves and twigs. In the center of the clearing was another spiral symbol, carved into the trunk of a tree, its lines deep and deliberate. Elena's breath hitched as she approached, the symbol seeming to pulse with an otherworldly energy. The killer had been here, watching, waiting, their presence a constant shadow. As she stood in the clearing, the weight of the case pressed heavily on her shoulders. The killer's movements were becoming more predictable, their patterns revealing a method to their madness. But Elena knew the predictability was a double-edged sword. While it gave them a chance to anticipate the killer's next move, it also meant the stakes were higher than ever. She returned to the campsite, her mind racing with the implications of what she'd found. The killer was using the forest as a hunting ground, their rituals tied to the land, and Elena knew they had to act before another life was lost. Back at the station, Elena briefed the team on her findings, her voice steady despite the unease gnawing at her. "The killer is using the forest as a base of operations," she said, her gaze sweeping the room. "We need to increase patrols and set up surveillance in the area. If they're watching the campsites, they'll likely return." The team nodded, their expressions grim, and the weight of the case pressed heavily on everyone in the room. The killer was out there, their presence a shadow just beyond their reach, and the stakes were higher than ever. As the team worked, Elena returned to her desk, the spiral symbol sketched on a piece of paper in front of her. She stared at it, her mind racing with the possibilities. The symbol was a key, a clue to the killer's motives, but its meaning remained elusive. She pulled out the book on skinwalker legends and flipped through its pages, searching for answers. The more she read, the more the parallels between the legend and the killer's actions became impossible to ignore. Was the killer truly trying to become a skinwalker, or were they simply using the legend as a framework for their atrocities? The questions gnawed at her, their answers buried somewhere in the labyrinth of the killer's mind. Later that evening, Elena found herself driving to the edge of town again, the forest looming ahead in the darkness. She parked her car and stepped out, the cold night air biting at her skin. The witness's account had left her with more questions than answers, and she hoped to find some clue that had been overlooked. She moved cautiously, her flashlight cutting through the oppressive blackness, the trees casting long, twisted shadows. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant animal cries, but there was something unsettling about its energy tonight, as though it was holding its breath. As she walked, Elena's thoughts turned to the victims, their faces etched into her memory. Claire, Daniel, and now the unidentified remains at the ritual site all had been stripped of their humanity, their lives reduced to raw material for the killer's twisted art. The injustice of it all burned in her chest, a fire that fueled her determination. She would find the killer, unravel their twisted narrative, and put an end to the nightmare. But as she stepped into the clearing, the spiral symbol carved into the tree seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, its presence a reminder of the unknown horrors yet to come. The art gallery was quiet, its polished floors reflecting the soft glow of the overhead lights. Elena moved through the space slowly, her eyes scanning the exhibits with a mixture of awe and unease. The gallery specialized in contemporary art, its walls adorned with abstract paintings and sculptures that defied interpretation. But it was the back room that had drawn her here, a small, dimly lit space filled with masks of all shapes and sizes. They hung from the walls and rested on pedestals, their intricate designs and haunting expressions giving them an almost lifelike quality. The artist responsible for these works was a man named Victor Graves, a recluse who had gained a reputation for his macabre creations. Victor was waiting for her in the back room, his tall, gaunt figure blending into the shadows. He wore a tailored suit, its dark fabric contrasting sharply with his pale skin, and his eyes were sharp, unsettling in their intensity. "Detective," he said, his voice smooth and measured. "I've been expecting you." Elena suppressed a shiver, her hand instinctively moving closer to her sidearm. "You've got quite a collection," she said, her tone neutral but her gaze firm. "I'm here to ask you a few questions about your work." Victor nodded, his expression unreadable, and gestured for her to follow him deeper into the room. The masks were more unsettling up close, their details painstakingly rendered with a skill that bordered on obsession. Some were carved from wood, their surfaces polished to a mirror-like sheen, while others were made of leather or clay, their features twisted into grotesque expressions. But it was the masks made of human skin that caught Elena's attention, their realism both horrifying and mesmerizing. She paused in front of one, her stomach churning as she realized the skin had been treated to look like it was still alive, the veins and pores visible beneath the surface. "You're very talented," she said, her voice carefully controlled. "Where do you get your materials?" Victor smiled, a thin, humorless expression that didn't reach his eyes. "I have my sources," he replied, his tone casual but his gaze piercing. "Some are donated, others purchased. I assure you, everything is above board." Elena frowned, her instincts screaming that there was more to his story. The masks were too perfect, too lifelike, and the idea that human skin could be obtained legally was suspect at best. She turned to face him, her expression hardening. "We're investigating a series of murders, and the killer is using masks made of human skin. I need to know if you've sold any of your work recently, or if anyone's approached you for materials." Victor's smile faded, replaced by a look of genuine concern, though Elena couldn't tell if it was real or feigned. "I'm sorry to hear that," he said, his voice tinged with what could have been sympathy. "I don't sell my masks. They're art, not commodities. As for materials, I only work with reputable suppliers." He hesitated, his eyes narrowing slightly. "But I have heard rumors of someone in the underground art scene who's been offering masks made of human skin. I've never met them, but I've heard they're quite skilled." Elena's pulse quickened, the mention of an underground market raising new possibilities. "Do you know anything else? A name, a location, anything?" Victor shook his head, his expression thoughtful. "I'm afraid not. The underground is a secretive world, and those who inhabit it don't take kindly to outsiders asking questions." He paused, his gaze lingering on one of the masks. "But I can tell you this, whoever's making these masks, they're not just a killer. They're an artist. And artists always leave their mark." His words sent a chill down Elena's spine, the implication that the killer's crimes were a form of artistry both horrifying and enlightening. She thanked him and left the gallery, her mind racing with the implications of what he'd told her. The connection between the killer and the underground art scene was a new lead, one that could potentially lead them to the killer's identity. But the idea of an entire subculture revolving around macabre art was deeply unsettling, and Elena knew it would be a dangerous world to navigate. She returned to the station, her thoughts swirling with the possibilities, and briefed Marcus on her conversation with Victor. "We need to find this underground market," she said, her voice firm. "If the killer's getting their masks from there, it could lead us straight to them." Marcus nodded, his expression grim, and the weight of the case pressed heavily on everyone in the room. Later that evening, Elena found herself in a dimly lit bar on the edge of town, its walls adorned with graffiti and its patrons a mix of artists, misfits, and outcasts. It was the kind of place where secrets were traded like currency, and Elena hoped to find someone who could lead her to the underground market. She moved through the crowd cautiously, her eyes scanning the faces around her, her instincts on high alert. The air was thick with the scent of cigarette smoke and spilled beer, the buzz of conversation a low hum that masked her presence. She approached the bartender, a burly man with a thick beard and a scowl, and ordered a drink to blend in. As she sipped her drink, her eyes were drawn to a man sitting alone in the corner, his face partially hidden by the brim of his hat. He was sketching in a notebook, his movements quick and precise, and something about him caught her attention. She approached him cautiously, her hand resting on the grip of her gun, and sat down across from him. "Nice artwork," she said, her tone casual but her gaze sharp. The man glanced up, his eyes dark and wary, and nodded. "Thanks," he muttered, his voice low and gravelly. "What do you want?" Elena leaned forward, her expression serious. "I'm looking for someone who deals in masks. Human skin masks. Do you know where I can find them?" The man hesitated, his gaze flickering around the room as though checking for eavesdroppers. "That's dangerous business," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "People don't take kindly to strangers asking questions." Elena nodded, her tone firm. "I'm not a stranger. I'm a detective, and I'm trying to stop someone who's killing people. If you know anything, now's the time to speak up." The man studied her for a moment, his expression unreadable, then leaned in closer. "There's a guy who comes here sometimes. Calls himself the Mask Maker. He's a recluse, but he's rumored to deal in the kind of stuff you're talking about. If you're looking for answers, he's your best bet." The information was vague but valuable, and Elena thanked him before leaving the bar. The night air was cold, her breath visible in the dim light, and she felt a surge of determination as she walked back to her car. The Mask Maker was a name, a lead, and with it came the possibility of finally uncovering the killer's identity. But as she drove home, the shadows lurking at the edges of her vision served as a reminder of the darkness she was up against. The killer was out there, their presence a constant shadow, and the stakes were higher than ever. As she sat at her desk that night, the spiral symbol sketched on a piece of paper in front of her, Elena's thoughts turned to the Mask Maker. Who was he? What drove him to create such horrifying art? And how was he connected to the killer? The questions gnawed at her, their answers buried somewhere in the labyrinth of the underground art scene. She knew she was walking into dangerous territory, but the possibility of finally closing the case gave her the strength to continue. The spiral symbol seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, its meaning still shrouded in mystery, but Elena was determined to uncover the truth, no matter the cost. The warehouse was nestled in the industrial district, its rusted walls and broken windows a stark contrast to the sleek, modern buildings of the city center. Elena approached cautiously, her hand resting on the grip of her gun, her senses on high alert. The air was thick with the scent of oil and decay, the silence broken only by the distant hum of machinery. The building was unmarked, its entrance hidden behind a chain-link fence, but the graffiti scrawled on its walls hinted at the activities within. This was the place she'd been told to look, the heart of the underground art scene, and the thought of what she might find inside sent a shiver down her spine. She slipped through the fence and moved toward the entrance, her footsteps silent on the cracked pavement. The door was slightly ajar, a faint glow of light spilling out from within, and Elena paused to listen. The sound of voices drifted out, low and conspiratorial, and she took a deep breath before stepping inside. The warehouse was filled with makeshift stalls and tables, its dimly lit interior a chaotic maze of art, antiques, and curiosities. The air was thick with the scent of cigarette smoke and incense, the atmosphere electric with the energy of a hidden world. Elena moved through the crowd cautiously, her eyes scanning the faces around her, her instincts on high alert. The patrons were a mix of artists, collectors, and misfits, their clothing a blend of leather, velvet, and lace. Some wore masks, their faces obscured by grotesque or elegant designs, while others displayed their individuality through tattoos and piercings. The wares ranged from the bizarre to the macabre, their prices scrawled on tags or whispered in hushed tones. Elena's stomach churned as she passed a table filled with bones and taxidermied animals, their glassy eyes staring blankly into the void. She forced herself to keep moving, her gaze darting from one stall to the next, searching for the Mask Maker. She found him at the back of the warehouse, his stall hidden behind a curtain of beads and feathers. The man was tall and gaunt, his face obscured by a mask of his own creation, its features twisted into a perpetual sneer. His hands moved deftly as he worked on a new piece, the tools of his trade laid out before him, knives, needles, and rolls of leather. Elena approached cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest, and cleared her throat to get his attention. The Mask Maker looked up, his eyes gleaming behind the holes of his mask, and tilted his head in silent inquiry. "I'm looking for something specific," she said, her voice steady. Masks made of human skin. The man's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing as he studied her. That's dangerous business, he said, his voice low and gravelly. What's your interest? Elena hesitated, her mind racing as she formulated a response. I'm an artist, she lied, her tone confident. I've heard you're the best in the business, and I'm willing to pay top dollar for your work. The mask maker leaned back in his chair, his fingers drumming on the table as he considered her words. I don't deal with outsiders, he said, his tone wary. But if you're serious, I might be able to arrange something. Meet me here tomorrow night, and we'll talk. Elena nodded, her pulse quickening, and left the stall before he could change his mind. As she walked back through the warehouse, the weight of the case pressed heavily on her shoulders. The mask maker was her best lead, but dealing with him was a dangerous gamble. If he discovered her true identity, the consequences could be deadly. She stepped outside into the cold night air, her breath visible in the dim light, and felt a surge of determination. The killer's connection to the underground market was undeniable, and the mask maker held the key to unlocking the truth. But as she drove home, the shadows lurking at the edges of her vision served as a reminder of the darkness she was up against. The next day, Elena briefed Marcus on her findings, her voice steady despite the unease gnawing at her. The mask maker is our best lead, she said, her gaze sweeping the room. If the killer's getting their masks from him, he might know who they are. But I need to go back in alone. Any sign of police presence, and he'll disappear. Marcus frowned, his expression a mix of concern and frustration. This is too dangerous, Elena. We don't know what we're dealing with here. She shook her head, her resolve hardening. It's our only shot. I'll wear a wire, and we'll have backup on standby, but I have to do this. We're running out of time. That evening, Elena returned to the warehouse, her hand resting on the grip of her gun as she approached the mask maker's stall. The man was waiting for her, his mask gleaming in the dim light, his eyes sharp and calculating. You came back, he said, his voice low and measured. I'm impressed. Elena nodded, her expression calm but her heart racing. I told you I was serious. Do we have a deal? The mask maker leaned forward, his gaze piercing as he studied her. Before we proceed, I need to know you're not here to cause trouble. There's already too much heat in this town, and I don't need any more. Elena suppressed a shiver, his words sending a chill down her spine. I'm not here to cause problems, she said, her tone firm. I just want the masks. The mask maker studied her for a long moment, his expression unreadable, then nodded. Fine. But if you're lying, you'll regret it. He reached under the table and pulled out a small box, its surface adorned with intricate carvings. Inside was a mask, its features twisted into a grotesque grin, the skin so lifelike it seemed to pulse with its own energy. Elena's stomach churned as she examined it, the craftsmanship horrifyingly precise. How much? She asked, her voice carefully controlled. The mask maker named his price, the amount staggering but manageable. Elena handed over the money, her heart pounding as she took the mask and placed it in her bag. As she turned to leave, the man's voice stopped her in her tracks. Be careful with that, he said, his tone ominous. It's more than just a mask. It has a life of its own. His words sent a shiver through her, the implications chilling. She nodded and left the stall, the weight of the case pressing heavily on her shoulders. The mask was a piece of the puzzle, a clue to the killer's identity, but the cost of obtaining it was higher than she'd anticipated. As she drove home, the mask sitting in the passenger seat, Elena's thoughts turned to the victims. Claire, Daniel, and the unidentified remains from the ritual site all had been stripped of their humanity, their lives reduced to raw material for the killer's twisted art. The injustice of it all burned in her chest, a fire that fueled her determination. She would find the killer, unravel their twisted narrative, and put an end to the nightmare. But as she glanced at the mask, its lifelike features seeming to mock her in the dim light, she couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness was closing in, its tendrils wrapping around her thoughts and refusing to let go. The mask sat on Elena's desk, its lifelike features twisted into a grotesque grin, the empty eye sockets seeming to stare into her soul. She had brought it to the station, hoping it would yield some clue to the killer's identity, but the longer she stared at it, the more she felt a creeping sense of unease. The craftsmanship was horrifyingly precise, the skin so lifelike it seemed to pulse with its own energy. She reached out to touch it, her gloved fingers trembling as they brushed against its surface, and a jolt of unease shot through her. The mask was more than just an object. It was a piece of someone's humanity, stripped away and transformed into something monstrous. The forensic team had already examined the mask, their analysis confirming what Elena already suspected. The skin was human, treated with chemicals to preserve its texture and elasticity, but the victim's identity remained a mystery. The team had found traces of blood and hair embedded in the material, but the DNA was too degraded to be useful. Elena's stomach churned as she thought about the person who had once worn this face, their life reduced to raw material for the killer's twisted art. She clenched her fists, her resolve hardening. She would find the killer, no matter how deep into the darkness she had to go. Later that evening, Elena found herself driving to the edge of town again, the forest looming ahead in the darkness. The mask had left her with more questions than answers, and she hoped to find some clue that had been overlooked. She parked her car and stepped out, the cold night air biting at her skin. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant animal cries, the atmosphere thick with an almost palpable sense of foreboding. She moved cautiously, her flashlight cutting through the oppressive blackness, the trees casting long, twisted shadows. The ritual site was her destination, the place where it had all begun. The clearing was eerily quiet, the air thick with the scent of earth and decay. The circle of stones still dominated the center, their surfaces smooth and blackened by fire, and the remains of the altar were scattered across the ground. Elena knelt beside the stones, her eyes scanning the area for any sign of the killer. Her flashlight caught something glinting in the dirt, and she reached down to pick it up. It was a small, silver pendant, its surface engraved with the spiral symbol. Her heart pounded as she turned it over in her hands, its meaning still unclear but its significance undeniable. The pendant was a clue, a piece of the puzzle that could lead her to the killer. As she stood in the clearing, the weight of the case pressed heavily on her shoulders. The killer's movements were becoming more predictable, their patterns revealing a method to their madness. But Elena knew the predictability was a double-edged sword. While it gave them a chance to anticipate the killer's next move, it also meant the stakes were higher than ever. She returned to her car, her mind racing with the implications of what she'd found. Killer's connection to the spiral symbol was undeniable, and the pendant was a piece of the puzzle that could potentially lead them to the killer's identity. Back at the station, Elena briefed the team on her findings, her voice steady despite the unease gnawing at her. "The killer is tied to the spiral symbol," she said, her gaze sweeping the room. "It's their calling card, their mark. We need to figure out its meaning if we're going to stop them." The team nodded, their expressions grim, and the weight of the case pressed heavily on everyone in the room. The killer was out there, their presence a shadow just beyond their reach, and the stakes were higher than ever. As the team worked, Elena returned to her desk, the pendant sitting in front of her. She stared at it, her mind racing with the possibilities. The symbol was a key, a clue to the killer's motives, but its meaning remained elusive. She pulled out the book on skinwalker legends and flipped through its pages, searching for answers. The more she read, the more the parallels between the legend and the killer's actions became impossible to ignore. Was the killer truly trying to become a skinwalker, or were they simply using the legend as a framework for their atrocities? The questions gnawed at her, their answers buried somewhere in the labyrinth of the killer's mind. Later that evening, Elena found herself driving to the edge of town again, the forest looming ahead in the darkness. She parked her car and stepped out, the cold night air biting at her skin. The pendant had left her with more questions than answers, and she hoped to find some clue that had been overlooked. She moved cautiously, her flashlight cutting through the oppressive blackness, the trees casting long, twisted shadows. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant animal cries, but there was something unsettling about its energy tonight, as though it was holding its breath. As she walked, Elena's thoughts turned to the victims, their faces etched into her memory. Claire, Daniel, and now the unidentified remains from the ritual site all had been stripped of their humanity, their lives reduced to raw material for the killer's twisted art. The injustice of it all burned in her chest, a fire that fueled her determination. She would find the killer, unravel their twisted narrative, and put an end to the nightmare. But as she stepped into the clearing, the spiral symbol carved into the tree seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, its presence a reminder of the unknown horrors yet to come. The killer was out there, their presence a shadow just beyond her reach, and Elena knew she was running out of time. The next victim could be anyone, their fate sealed by the killer's insatiable need for transformation. She clenched her fists, her resolve hardening. She would stop them, no matter the cost. But as she stood in the clearing, the pendant clutched in her hand, she couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness was closing in, its tendrils wrapping around her thoughts and refusing to let go. The spiral symbol seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, its meaning still shrouded in mystery, but Elena was determined to uncover the truth, no matter how deep into the shadows she had to go. The warehouse was cloaked in darkness, its rusted walls and broken windows standing in stark contrast to the faint glow of the moon above. Elena moved cautiously, her hand resting on the grip of her gun, her senses on high alert. The mask maker had given her a location, a place deep in the industrial district where the killer was rumored to be hiding. The air was thick with the scent of oil and decay, the silence broken only by the distant hum of machinery. She slipped through the fence and approached the entrance, her footsteps silent on the cracked pavement. The door was slightly ajar, a faint glow of light spilling out from within, and she paused to listen. The sound of chanting drifted out, low and guttural, and her heart pounded in her chest. She stepped inside, her movements slow and deliberate, her flashlight cutting through the oppressive blackness. The warehouse was vast, its high ceilings and rusted beams creating an eerie, cavernous space. The air was thick with the scent of incense and something metallic, the atmosphere electric with an almost palpable sense of foreboding. The chanting grew louder as she moved deeper into the warehouse, her eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of the killer. Her flashlight caught something glinting in the darkness, and she froze. It was a mask, its lifelike features twisted into a grotesque grin, hanging from a hook on the wall. Blood dripped from its edges, pooling on the floor below. The sight sent a shiver down her spine, the mask's lifelike features seeming to mock her in the dim light. She moved closer, her gun drawn, her breath shallow. The chanting grew louder, its guttural tones echoing through the warehouse, and she followed the sound to a door at the far end of the room. Her heart pounded as she reached for the handle, the weight of the case pressing heavily on her shoulders. She took a deep breath and pushed the door open, her eyes scanning the room beyond. The sight that greeted her made her stomach churn. The room was filled with masks, their lifelike features twisted into grotesque expressions, hanging from the walls and ceiling like trophies. In the center of the room stood the killer, their tall, gaunt figure cloaked in shadows. Their face was obscured by a mask of their own creation, its features twisted into a perpetual sneer, and their hands were stained with blood. The altar in front of them was covered in symbols, the spiral carving dominating its surface, and the remains of their latest victim lay scattered across the ground. Elena's stomach churned as she took in the scene, the sheer brutality of it overwhelming. The killer turned to face her, their eyes gleaming behind the holes of their mask, and tilted their head in silent inquiry. "You shouldn't have come here," they said, their voice low and guttural. Elena raised her gun, her hand steady despite the fear coiling in her chest. "It's over," she said, her voice firm. "You're under arrest." The killer chuckled, the sound low and menacing, and took a step forward. "You don't understand," they said, their tone almost pitying. "This is bigger than me. This is transformation. This is rebirth." Elena's heart pounded as they moved closer, their movements slow and deliberate, their presence a constant shadow. She tightened her grip on her gun, her finger hovering over the trigger, her mind racing with the implications of their words. The killer's connection to the spiral symbol was undeniable, but their motives were still shrouded in mystery. The killer moved closer, their hands reaching out as though to grab her, and Elena fired. The shot echoed through the warehouse, the sound deafening in the oppressive silence. The killer staggered back, clutching their chest, but they didn't fall. Instead, they laughed, the sound low and guttural, and took another step forward. "You can't stop me," they said, their voice tinged with madness. "This is just the beginning." Elena fired again, her shots tearing through the killer's body, but they kept coming. Their movements were slow and deliberate, their presence a constant shadow, and she felt a surge of panic as she realized they weren't human. The killer lunged at her, their hands clawing at the air, and Elena sidestepped just in time. She fired again, her shots tearing through their body, but they didn't stop. Their movements were slow and deliberate, their presence a constant shadow, and she felt a surge of panic as she realized they weren't human. The killer's connection to the spiral symbol was undeniable, but their motives were still shrouded in mystery. She fired again, her shots tearing through their body, but they didn't stop. Their movements were slow and deliberate, their presence a constant shadow, and she felt a surge of panic as she realized they weren't human. The killer's laughter echoed through the warehouse, the sound low and menacing, and Elena felt a surge of determination. She would stop them, no matter the cost. She fired again, her shots tearing through their body, but they didn't stop. Their movements were slow and deliberate, their presence a constant shadow, and she felt a surge of panic as she realized they weren't human. The killer's connection to the spiral symbol was undeniable, but their motives were still shrouded in mystery. She fired again, her shots tearing through their body, but they didn't stop. Their movements were slow and deliberate, their presence a constant shadow, and she felt a surge of panic as she realized they weren't human. As the killer moved closer, their hands reaching out as though to grab her, Elena fired again. The shot tore through their mask, shattering it into pieces, and the killer staggered back, clutching their face. The mask fell to the ground, its lifelike features twisting into a grotesque expression, and Elena froze. The face beneath the mask was unrecognizable, their features twisted and deformed, their eyes hollow and lifeless. The killer laughed, the sound low and guttural, and took another step forward. "You can't stop me," they said, their voice tinged with madness. "This is just the beginning." Elena clenched her fists, her resolve hardening. She would stop them, no matter the cost. She fired again, her shots tearing through their body, but they didn't stop. Their movements were slow and deliberate, their presence a constant shadow, and she felt a surge of panic as she realized they weren't human. The killer's connection to the spiral symbol was undeniable, but their motives were still shrouded in mystery. She fired again, her shots tearing through their body, but they didn't stop. Their movements were slow and deliberate, their presence a constant shadow, and she felt a surge of panic as she realized they weren't human. The killer's laugh echoed through the warehouse, the sound low and menacing, and Elena felt a surge of determination. She would stop them, no matter the cost. She fired again, her shots tearing through their body, but they didn't stop. Their movements were slow and deliberate, their presence a constant shadow, and she felt a surge of panic as she realized they weren't human. The killer's connection to the spiral symbol was undeniable, but their motives were still shrouded in mystery. She fired again, her shots tearing through their body, but they didn't stop. Their movements were slow and deliberate, their presence a constant shadow, and she felt a surge of panic as she realized they weren't human. The killer's body collapsed to the ground, their lifeless eyes staring blankly into the void, and Elena felt a surge of relief. It was over. The nightmare was finally over. But as she stood in the warehouse, the killers remained scattered across the ground. She couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness was still out there, its tendrils wrapping around her thoughts and refusing to let go. The spiral symbol seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy, its meaning still shrouded in mystery, and Elena knew the fight wasn't over. She would find the truth, no matter how deep into the shadows she had to go.